Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Echo Chamber. Welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay for the Planning Council meeting for Tuesday, December 10th, 2024. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the connection they have to this place, the land, the air, the water, and all that lives on, in, under, above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to honor sacred places, to educate, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest? And for those in the audience, we have Councillor Predko and Councillor Bocek remote, and expect Councillor Jarvis any minute. And there he is. I just said we expected Councillor Jarvis any minute. Bit of traffic delay, and I believe Councillor Graziano may be joining us later today. And with that, Councillor, I can't even ask him if he has any declarations, but we'll check on him later. But in the meantime, we have a presentation from Councillor Cooper. So Councillor Cooper, any declaration of pecuniary interest, conflict of interest?
Yes.
Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Cooper.
Well, I'm really delighted to be able to speak to you today, and particularly to note that most of our councillors aren't here. Oh, they're here, sort of, just not in person. But anybody that arrives late, I hope they get a detention for Councillor Jarvis. All joking aside, this is a serious matter, and what I wanted to speak about this morning is just very briefly setting up essentially a library, a reference library for our planning department. And I've brought some documents for them, the lucky folks. They're going to get a test in 2 weeks' time. And I'm kidding, of course. But really what the goal is just to sort of get some information out there that is related to the planning in our township, some history, etc. And I wanted to start off with, as we've sort of shown, our most important goal at this township is the environment. And I'm not going to preach about the environment other than to say that I think our goal needs to be a sustainable environment, or environmental sustainability. I have a little bit of an issue with sustainable development, in the sense that does anybody know what an oxymoron is? I think it's a bit of an oxymoron. So I would just say that if we really claim that the environment's number one, let's remember that. So there. Moving on, I wanted to talk a little bit about why documents like I brought today for our planning department are important. And I think it's basically what I feel is that why does this information matter? Why does history matter? And I think it's by sort of you've heard various statements about history. By understanding our past, we can best shape our future. That's what history will do for us. And you know, historical study fosters an understanding of societal trends and human nature. A sense of identity and a shared narrative are cultivated through history. Finally, history is crucial for developing analytical and critical thinking skills. Why would we want those? My goodness, I think that's pretty good stuff. So anyway, that's sort of what the objective is. And I brought a bunch of documents that I hope our planning staff will avail themselves of, and maybe even our council. So the objective was to set up a little mini reference library within our planning department and have some books available to our staff so that when you're looking at any particular area, maybe do a little bit of homework through some of the information that's available here. And by doing so, it may help inform you as to what the community is interested in, as well as what our documents say. So just to maybe go through a little bit of what I'm bringing to you, I brought a ton of sort of shorter documents that I put in a 3-ring binder, including I've got a copy of, for example, here somewhere, I forget, I have, I'm not sure I can put my hands on it, but anyway, a copy of the original 1970 community or plan for the township. It's a very short document. I don't know, do you guys have it? No. It's pretty cool. It's, you know, maybe 30 pages. It's in here. And the reason I mentioned it is that it was developed by one of the professor group from Go Home Bay. A lot of professors developed Go Home Bay, and a lawyer from Wauwatosa. And the lawyer at Wauwatosa went to U of T after he was practicing law and studied some planning so that he could write a planning document for us. So it was all volunteer, and it was the first planning document, 1970. And so I brought you that document because it's kind of, it's very notional. It's not nearly as detailed as we see today, but I think it's kind of interesting to have it and see where the direction is going. And the most important aspect, I think, partially is understanding that we have a very committed community who are willing to go to university to study courses so they can create a document like this. I think that's telling in and of itself. So there you go. That's that. I've included a lot of other documents that I think are helpful. There's several documents from a Dr. Norman Pearson, who I think taught sort of political science and planning at Western, and has advised various organizations in our township. And see, he's very, what shall I say, very prescient in terms of his view of the world here in particular. He talks about this, and he helped, for example, I think with the Niagara Escarpment, creating sort of some of the documents for that, and the Bruce Peninsula and so forth. So, but really was very motivated in terms of providing some oversight for the township of Georgia Bay, and so I've got some documents like that, some other presentations that he made at the Delawana conferences. There used to be conferences held at the Delawana for the various communities, and he came and spoke at some of those things as well. So I think it's all pretty good information. So there's a lot of things like that that are sort of more loose and in a binder in some cases. But I thought I'd just show you a couple of other things that I thought might be of interest. One is here, this is a story about the first, I think it's the first cottage on coastal Georgia Bay in 1874, I think it is. So basically 150 years old, still very much used by the family that originally started Muskoka Mills, a lumber mill, and then subsequently that was closed. But this is a story about a cottage called Longwissa. It's up in the Cognizine area, and it's kind of a cool story. It shows a lot of things that went on in those days. They even had a, you'll love this, they had a little swimming area for the women in the family, and they actually was a sort of like a boathouse over the water, and they could only go in there with their bathing suits so nobody else could see them go for their swim. So, you know, fun things like that, which I thought was kind of interesting in the day. Also, you know, this chap that was at this particular cottage was the ambassador to the U.S. And actually, President Roosevelt came up and visited Longwissa. So it's all in here, and picture of him, so on. So it's kind of fun. Good story. And a few other stories here that I think you might, I've provided you, I don't know whether you have this document, do you? This is a water quality report by Dr. Carl Schaefer, and if you have it, I'm giving you another copy so that you can memorize it. No, I'm kidding. But I hope you find it interesting, because he does say some things at the outset, sort of I would call it the executive summary, that echo a lot of the things that were said by Dr. Pearson. So I thought it was helpful to have that. Other historical documents, this is one that for Gibson Lake, talks about how it was developed, and so you can see that. This is, I called sort of the Georgian Bay Bible. This is a book that was put out by the Georgian Bay Land Trust, and it really delves into any aspect you can imagine about Georgian Bay, from the geology to the ecology to the all those ologies, so to speak, and a lot of history. The artists, the group of 7 painted on Georgian Bay, a variety of different things like the history and so forth. So it's really kind of a pretty good Bible, and so I wanted you to have a copy of that. And finally, I have a copy of, actually, this was a book that was done about the Cognoscene area, and there were 2 printings, I guess you'd call it, and I talked to the family that the editor was from a family no longer with us, but the family had 1 copy left of all the copies that were printed, I think probably a few thousand, and I got the last copy, so that's for you too. And I asked my good friend here to join us, because I asked to have a little bit of help for you guys to have set up a sort of reference system, so that because these are documents that you wouldn't be able to replace, so it made some sense maybe to have a bit of a reference tracking system, so to speak. And so is that something you can help us with?
We are happy to help you.
Okay, so thank you very much for agreeing, and I understand you guys have actually talked a bit about it, so that's terrific. And that's really all I wanted to do, was just say this is for you guys, and hopefully you'll find it helpful. And I do hope that some of our other counselors or others would contribute to this library, so to speak, because if there are other books out there, I think it would be wonderful to sort of add to that as we go along. And I put that as a challenge out to particularly my fellow counselors, to see if there are other books that have a historic nature or a planning nature or something like that. It's the main objective is to have a historic background, but sort of focused on the planning world, so to speak. So if there are any questions, I'd happily take them.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Cooper. I think it's fantastic that you're contributing these to the historic library, if I can call that we have here. It's something that I know that Ms. Clare and I have discussed a couple times in the past. I think whatever resources are available to explain the history of our area, I think are extremely important, that we all understand where we came from what steps were taken by which people in the past. I mean, aside from being fascinating, I think it's also very, as you pointed out, very important to learn from the past, the good and frankly, the not so good. All part of the package that we can learn from. I don't know if the planning department has any comments they'd like to make. I'll go with that, and then I'll go to council. Director Whitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to try and repeat what the Mayor and Councillor Cooper have so eloquently said, but this information is incredibly helpful, and Councillor Cooper has been very generous in sharing pieces of information and historical documents with staff previously. And where this is of great assistance is, as municipal planning staff, we're charged with independently and impartially interpreting the black and white text that is on the pages of our official plan. But this certainly provides us with that context, right? That purpose and intent that is so valuable in both interpreting and applying the current policies to understand where they came from and what motivated them, and having that context to understand what the community's desired outcomes are as we craft future policies for this township. So just want to express my thanks.
Thank you. Council, any comments or questions? Councillor Hazelton.
I was just told to keep it short. So, Councillor Cooper, could you give us an understanding of how Dr. Norman Pearson helped in the establishment of the archipelago? Just my understanding is Dr. Norman Pearson was a key player in the establishment of the archipelago, and I think that might be useful background.
Yeah, no, he was. And so he was called in as sort of the guru, so to speak, planning guru to help the archipelago be established. And I don't have a lot of history on that other than to having met with and had several conversations with people like Wally King, who was sort of the driver from that community. But it was a very interesting approach that happened with the archipelago. The establishment of it was very interesting too, in the sense that the community got together. They ended up commissioning a train in Toronto to go up and vote so they could create their archipelago. And frankly, they were going like this head to head with the local council and were able to create their own community. So that, and Dr. Pearson helped shape there's a lot of the wording and intent, and especially sort of what we would consider sort of in an official plan, OP information. I think he helped to sort of bring that forward. Is that what you were looking to hear from me, or?
That was good. I have a question for our library CEO as well. Before I ask though, just as an interesting data point, Councillor Cooper and I were traveling up today. We were talking about Dr. Norman Pearson, and somehow we got on dates, and it turns out that it was 50 years ago that I was at Western, and he was my professor. So that's a long time ago, and no, I'm not that old. But anyways, so Stephanie, could you help us understand what opportunities there may be for digitizing some of this information?
I can do my best. It's early on, but we are working on putting together a collection of pieces. It would require working with editors or community groups who publish the items to make sure that they are okay with those things. But there is the capability to do that, and it is something that would be possible very easily. We're just setting up our sort of first initial round of testing this out with some other documents, but it would be something that could be digitized and then not just available in person in the township office, but available to the community as a whole. Again, if the community groups who publish these documents or the families that have done them are okay with the digitization process and giving those, digital rights to us to do that, it would become something that's available online for the community, not just in one area, allowing, easy access from whatever location you may be at.
Thank you for that. There's one other book that I would recommend, and Councillor Cooper is focused on Cognition and those areas, but I'm focused more on Honey Harbor. There's a book called Taste of Honey Harbor. It's in the library, and I'd be happy to fund the copy of that book for the planning department so that you have a very focused Honey Harbor perspective, which really covers a lot of the family histories up to maybe the 1950s. So going back to the early families and the early status of Honey Harbor and the things that took place in that really the first 50 years of the 1900s. So I'm happy to do that. You can put that on my tab.
And there's certainly books from other parts of the township and even the areas around the township that exist that different associations or people have put together in the past that I think are invaluable. And with that, I'm going to go to Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Cooper. Thank you very much for this. It's so interesting to find the history of Georgian Bay, and it's so difficult to get the history of Georgian Bay. So thank you, and I commend you and the people on Georgian Bay for all the great work. As far as me, I have a page called Honey Harbor Port 7 Homesteaders Group, along with Ron Breckbill from the Historical Society, have tried to cover the inland lakes and that, which I think we do a pretty good job of collecting information as the years go by. And I'm really interested to see the history and how the history has changed to get us to 2024. Again, Councillor Cooper, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, seeing no other hands, I'm going to one final thank you, and I'll give you the last word, and then we'll get on to the business, the next item in our agenda.
Thank you very much. I'm always happy to have the last word, and I wanted to just make one correction that Councillor Hazelton was talking about 50 years ago. I think it was more like 75, he said, but he's rounding down a bit. No, I'm kidding. Just kidding. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And with that, we go into, well, do we have anybody actually under open forum? It's all for the rest. Okay, so now we're going to go into the Planning Act public meetings portion of our meeting, which means per regulations, I have to give you a little speech. This morning, there's a public meeting scheduled for 2 proposed zoning bylaw amendments and 1 blasting permit application. Okay, sorry, and 1 blasting permit application. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedures. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the applications, and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address and sign in on the sheet provided. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comment for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. A, zoning bylaw amendment file number Z23-13 for 65 Dayeo Drive, Michael Amanda Bice. B, zoning bylaw amendment file Z24-17 for 206 Wild Rice Trail, Cindy and William Reynolds. And C, blasting permit application file 24-04 for 849 Harrison Trail, Jeff Edelson. To the clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the property subject to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have an interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or a description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may have also been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay official plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these applications, that any subsequent appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department.
Thank you. I believe the first item we have on file, or do you want to do the correspondence first?
I would like to do correspondence first for the first item on the file.
Okay, I'm not going to mess with the clerk. Go ahead, please.
Correspondence relating to zoning bylaw amendment file Z23-13 was received as follows. One letter was received from the District of Muskoka stating they would not be opposed to the approval of the above noted application, provided that the mitigation measures as outlined in the environmental impact study prepared by Skelton Bromwell and Associates dated June 27, 2023 are implemented. One letter was received from Kelly Nicholson, Chief Building Official, stating that building permits will be required, including an application for a septic system. One letter was received from Brad Socash, Director of Operations, stating he has no concerns with the application. 7 letters of objection were received, with the majority of the concerns regarding the extra traffic on the road, the effect it will have on the 24/7 safe, quiet lake of Myers Lake, will encourage an increase of applications identical to this application from backlot owners, and the character of the lake will be lost with a more urban setting rather than a rural setting.
Thank you. And now to our planner, Jeff Kratke, to give his perspective on this file and his information before we turn it over to members of the applicant and members of the public. Mr. Kratke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, everyone in attendance here today and online. With your permission, Mr. Mayor, I will share my screen. Again, we're here today regarding an application for subject lands known as 65 Dayeo Drive, and it's a revised zoning bylaw amendment application 2313. An abbreviated background is that on August 13th, 2024, there was a first public meeting here before council, and it included a presentation of a planning report by myself, a presentation by the owner providing their rationale, and the public in opposition. Also, between this first and second public meeting, township staff led a dialogue by email with the owner and the public, providing comments intended to address the public issues that were raised at the first public meeting. On October 24th, 2024, the owner revised the application, and this was communicated to the people who had participated in the dialogue, as well as everyone as stated by the clerk required under the Planning Act. Subject lands are located in the far northern part of the township of Georgian Bay, approximately to the south of McTier. On a more local level, they're located on the south shore of Myers Lake, but they are separated from that south shore by the existing shoreline residential development on Myers Lake. The last time that I was before you at the first public meeting, the subject property boundaries were in question, and as well the subject lands to the application did not include the entire subject property. At this time, the entire subject property is subject to the application for rezoning. And there is no question the subject property is not, does not include any lands on Myers Lake. There are natural constraints in the area. To the north of the subject lands on Myers Lake, there are 2 type 1 fish habitats noted by the red dots in Myers Lake. Additionally, there are other wetlands located to the east and to the south approximately of the subject lands, and one that is on the subject lands. But again, these are other wetlands. They are not provincially or locally significant. The Myers Lake watershed has been discussed at some length in the first public meeting and subsequently during the dialogue. Surprisingly, the Myers Lake watershed is very small. Myers Lake occupies almost half of its watershed in terms of its surface area. Most of the subject lands are in fact located in the Roderick Lake watershed, but that is a bit of a split where the proposed backlot residential zone is being proposed. So it's very unclear as to whether a dwelling being proposed would be located in the Myers Lake watershed or in the Roderick Lake watershed, as it's right on the boundary. Oh, and Myers Lake's water quality has improved and is no longer considered vulnerable under the MOP or in any way concern in our Georgian Bay official plan. Surprisingly, despite the very mature forests, there is a low fire hazard risk. There's been a great deal of discussion between planners regarding what these lands are actually designated by the MOP and Georgian Bay official plan. And the only thing that is very clear is what they are zoned by the Georgian Bay zoning bylaw. You will notice that the lands along the shoreline that are immediately adjacent to Myers Lake are generally SR1 zone. The lands generally to the south of Myers Lake that are privately owned are generally in the OS1 zone at this time. And the district official plan and our official plan allow for the waterfront designation boundary to be very flexible. Generally, it's 150 meters from the shoreline, but there is no actual distance limitation. The limitations are functional and characteristic nature. And one of the ways by which the waterfront designation is defined is by the open space land use policies. And it's clear that the open space land use policies rely upon the zoning in order to determine where that waterfront area is. So it is my position that these subject lands are entirely within the waterfront designation, and at this time, subject to the open space land use policies within that waterfront designation. As you can see, the subject lands are both remote in the township of Georgian Bay and largely still in a natural state. As everyone is aware, the purpose and effect of the application has changed, and that's why we are having a second public meeting. And that was in direct response to the comments received by the applicant and by this council and by township staff from the public at the first public meeting. The current proposal is to rezone the subject lands from open space 1 zone to a backlot residential exception holding provision zone and natural state conservation exception zone. And one of the permitted uses within that backlot residential site-specific zone would be an 85 square meter GFA and 8 meter height backlot residential dwelling. This map shows the proposed rezoning areas. Essentially, the OS1 to BR XX HXX zone is located in the northern and eastern part of the subject lands, while the OS1 to natural state conservation site-specific exception is located on the bulk of the lands to the south. There were 7 letters of opposition received before I prepared my presentation. I don't think that's changed at this point. And generally speaking, they oppose backlot development. Their concern is with the Myers Lake water quality, the ability of Myers Lake to support more development without negative environmental impacts, increased traffic and private road maintenance costs and safety decreases, separation of accessory buildings from the dwelling, and the potential for consents to sever. As the clerks already mentioned, there have been no objections raised by the senior management team or by the District of Muskoka. One of the sketches that still is very relevant to this proposed development originates from the PJR that was submitted and prepared prior to the application being at the first public meeting. And that is that the proposed dwelling has consistently been to the approximately northeast side of the subject lands, with some proposed accessory buildings being located on either side of Dayeo Drive throughout that northern eastern part of the subject lands now proposed to be rezoned to backlot residential site-specific exception. I prepared this sketch plan based upon the GeoHub aerial photography And it approximately scales on the easternmost part of the lands proposed to be in the BR zone, where minimum yard setbacks would create a building envelope. And that building envelope is in the black color. The blue box is an approximately 85 square meter GFA box. Now, clearly, it's a square, so it doesn't necessarily represent the actual footprint of any proposed development. But it is to give scale and to give council and the public an understanding of where a building might be. So there's nothing saying that the building would have to be in that location. It is simply the closest to the proposed location that I felt an 85 square meter GFA box could be sited. Lastly, we are still, of course, at the Township of Georgian Bay planning staff growing and learning this new approach to public meetings without a decision. And so I've been asked to provide some preliminary opinions, and they are just that. So there's no conclusions reached here. There's no recommendation provided here. They are provided for discussion. And I think one of the key messages that, again, I'm going to reiterate is that I am the lone planner that says these lands are not in the rural designation, that they are part of the waterfront designation. The planner who prepared the PJR, the district's planners, and earlier consulting planners for the Township of Georgian Bay have opined that these are rural lands. And in that case, there would be a very different discussion that would need to be had. But in my opinion, these are waterfront lands, and they are directly related to Myers Lake. And the importance here is that these lands are an existing lot of record. The district's official plan is incredibly clear with respect to a policy opposing new back lots being proposed for residential development on private roads. It is clear, though, that that policy prohibiting new back lots does not prohibit new backlot residential dwellings on existing lots of record on private roads. Our Georgian Bay official plan has a much less clear set of policies, and some of them are actually contradictory. And that's all highlighted in my report on a preliminary basis. But again, in my opinion, they do not, at the end of the day, prohibit a new backlot residential dwelling on an existing lot of record. And I am very concerned with the quality of Dayeo Drive and Wellesley Road as private roads. And I agree with the observations of the public that those roads are not capable of accepting a great deal of new traffic. A private park is a permitted land use right now in the OS1 zone. And if someone applied for a private park on these lands, we would have no choice as staff but to give them a zoning certificate, and they would go off to the building department and apply for building permits for whatever buildings were related to that private park, for parking lot, etc. And I think it's clear that any such private park is likely to generate additional traffic. And so on a preliminary basis, it's very much my opinion that the application that is proposing a single backlot residential dwelling for a existing lot of record where the property owner already has legal right of access to those lands on those private roads, while changing the zoning for the first time to the natural state conservation, which the community seems to feel these lands already were within. I think that on a preliminary basis, that this revised application has taken a step towards finding some kind of compromise. At this point, though, my recommendation is simply that council accept all information presented at this second public meeting on December 10th, 2024, regarding the revised Township Zoning Bylaw Amendment number Z2313, proposing development of the subject lands, refers all information and comments to township staff for further discussion with the owner and anyone who commented, and township staff shall not schedule the next meeting of council to evaluate the application until after comments are addressed. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Very interesting report, and I'm sure going to lead to some discussion, but first we will allow the applicant and or agent of the applicant to speak.
Good morning, Michael Bice here on behalf of myself and my wife. I want to thank the help of everyone, including Jeff and other consultants that I've consulted with, to put forth an idea that would be a good compromise. And our objection or our objective is to put the communities at ease with regards to, the classification as myself as a developer. We're far from that. We have a vision where we have a extremely unique wildlife ecology on this property. Not all Crown land has game trails. A lot of Crown land, and I've walked a lot of it in my past history as a prospector, you see very little wildlife, and you're lucky to come across a game trail. Well, the back of this property has a unique game trail that is pretty much the full ecosystem. So our objection was, or our idea here was to study it, preserve it, and I do have a very good friend of mine who's the director of film for the CBC, Chris Gargis, who's a world-renowned cinematographer, personal friend of mine. He's very much interested in coming up and filming this. He said, because this is what the communities need. They need to be aware of what's in their backyard, because people cannot survive on their own. Wildlife cannot survive on their own, but together they can thrive. And so we want to preserve what we have in the area, as opposed to, you've got the urban blight where everyone just comes up north, especially after COVID. Everyone's buying land and building monster cottages, etc. So once you lose wildlife, it's hard to replace it. And so anyhow, I just wanted to say that I will have further comments possibly once I've heard the reaction from my neighbors and from council. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right. Is there anybody from the public who wishes to make any comments? Do we have anyone online at this point? Please come forward. I think you know the routine. State your name, your address, and your perspective.
Morning, everybody.
Steve Snyder. I live at 249 Wesley Road, which is not far away from what Mr. Bice is suggesting or applying to have put through. I'm not sure, with planning questions, is now the time to ask or after?
Please go ahead.
You mentioned waterfront, that lot's considered waterfront. Can you explain how that happens?
Sure. Essentially, in 1991, so the Township of Georgian Bay has had essentially 3 official plans and zoning bylaws. There have been many amendments along the way, but there was a first official plan in 1972 and zoning bylaw. There was a second in 1991. In 1991, for reasons that are not entirely clear, the approach to open space land use policies within the waterfront designation in the official plan and the open space zones and natural state zones in the zoning bylaw were created. And because of the nature of Georgian Bay and the difficulty in defining such large areas, the official plan approach was and continues through 2014 to today to be one where the waterfront designation doesn't have a set line. So if you look at a map of McTier, you will see set lines on a map, oftentimes following lot lines or streets, that's distinguished between residential lands, between industrial lands, between commercial lands. But along the waterfront areas, there was no line. So if you look at the district's official plan, it now gives a shaded area along the waterfront for their waterfront area.
So there's, I don't want to stop you, but there's no, I don't know, 100 meters or.
There's a
So
general
if I
guideline.
If I own a back lot that's 200 meters away from the water, I can consider that waterfront?
Theoretically, it could be 10 kilometers away if there were justifiable reasons.
Do you guys
Perhaps it was a
charge taxes
wetland or
on,
something of that nature.
is taxes charged as waterfront on a back lot?
Municipal taxes and planning are very different things, and the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation is a provincially managed agency that creates assessed values based upon certain classes of residential, commercial, industrial, etc. land uses. They certainly are informed by local official plans and zoning bylaws, but they're not limited by them in any way, shape, or form.
I'm just questioning how the real estate guys haven't got a hold of this because, you know, selling a piece of property of 80 acres or however much Mike bought, it was zoned backlot, and last meeting you heard from a couple of the neighbors who suggested that, yeah, we would have bought it if we knew we could build on it. I think the feeling in the community is that a backlot can't be built on. We own a backlot, so I guess we can build on our backlot. I think you're opening up a huge can of worms here if you let this go through. If it goes through, it actually helps us because we have backlot, and now, you know, that backlot is considered a building lot. So if you open this up, you're going to receive, I don't know how many applications for backlot building. So that's kind of, you know, we're here today, and I don't think it's a mistake that we're here so close to the Christmas season. A lot of people couldn't make it. A lot of people can't be here to express themselves and how they feel. I think, contrary to Mike's talk earlier, wildlife does thrive on its own. They don't need a cottage there to help the wildlife. We were here last time because he wanted to do a park. Now we're here because he just wants a cottage. Are we going to be here next time because he wants, what did you say, is allowed a park is allowed if you zone it a park? Like, this is just something that keeps going and going. I think that I'm glad to hear that Councillor Cooper that mentioned the environment's important because we think that's the same thing. And I think if you open this up to backlots, you're going to get a ton of building in areas that we purchased property to retire up here, and it's going to change the whole feeling of these areas. The backlot, we bought a backlot for a fraction of what it would be if it was a building lot. And I think Mr. Bice stands to gain hugely financially with this decision. Is he going to build a house? Maybe. Is he going to turn around and sell it? Maybe. We don't know. And if you guys pass it, it's off your desk, it's gone. You wait for the next one. So we have a right to enjoy our property legally. We purchased our property because it was rural. And now we're talking about turning these spaces into urban spaces. Is that what you guys want? Because that's what you're going to get. I think that the term caretaker cabin needs to be defined legally. If you've seen the plans for Mr. Bice's caretaker cabin, it's not a cabin, it's a cottage. Mr. Bice bought a cheap piece of property and he wants to build a cottage. So the money that he would have spent on a waterfront property is being spent on environmental assessments and everything else to change this property. It just doesn't make any sense to me why you would have a separate designation for backlots when you're going to, or possibly going to, allow building on backlots. What's the point? Another thing I'd like to know is what's the official plans? What's the plan moving forward? If the press gets wind of this, I think they'll be very interested in the building on the backlots, because everybody that bought in this area, or everybody that owns property in this area that's considered backlots, is going to be standing here in front of you guys with a proposal to either subdivide it or to build on it. Because financially, it's a windfall for them. You're changing the whole feeling of this community, especially in the rural areas. You're turning it into urban areas. I think you guys really need to think about that. I think it's you know, for the person who buys a backlot and buys it cheap, goes through the process, builds a beautiful cottage. Now all of a sudden their property's worth what, 3-5 million? It's counterintuitive to what I understood to be the Muskoka region. And we bought a piece of property that was in my wife's family for 70 years because it was rural and we wanted to get away from the city. And I think if you talk to the majority of people that live here, if they weren't you know, born here and raised here, the reason they came here is because they want to enjoy life in the country. And by opening up backlot building, you know, the horse, if the horse gets out of the barn, there's no getting them back in.
Mr. Snyder, I want to make sure we give everybody else a chance. Your point is well taken.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of blabbing on.
Yeah,
but
you are.
It's very
That's why
it's very important to me that.
Well, and that is very clear.
Yeah.
I'm not in any way taking away from your point.
Yeah.
It's just that you are getting a little repetitive.
Yeah, okay, sorry about that.
Well,
so can I make a formal request for legal definitions?
I don't know. I'm not
Well,
sure.
I'd like to have a legal definition from where you got your legal definition for what the waterfront is and what caretaker cabin is.
Well, Mr. Clarke is making reference to the official plans and zoning bylaws. Those are I'll call it legal references.
So are you guys considering this a caretaker cabin still, or are you just rezoning it to residential?
The proposal at this, or the application, well, Mr. Clarke, you can explain the application.
Sure. No, the application was revised so that it is now proposing a single backlot residential dwelling, which is a defined term in our in our zoning bylaw, and two accessory buildings, which again are defined by the zoning bylaw, where there's no reference any longer to a caretaker's cabin.
So this is just a straight change of zoning.
It is a residential dwelling, but it is limited to a gross floor area of 85 square meters GFA.
So is that something that the public is aware of? Because I don't think the public is aware that you can build on a backlot.
So that's
To
not,
be clear,
Yeah,
you cannot build on a back lot. He's applying for a zoning change.
I understand
Okay.
that, but if this goes through, then I know you take it,
And trust me, all
I-
of council is very much aware
yeah,
of potential consequences.
okay. That's all I got.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Anyone else? Yes, please. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Pam Jordan. I live at 241 Wesley Road. I don't have a lot to say, but I have to say that I strongly agree with the fact that once we allow development on back lots, that we're going to allow development on back lots all over. I want to say to Jeff that on the application that was circulated, it still shows a diagram of a caretaker's cabin. And in my community, there's been so much confusion from my neighbors and everyone there as to they thought it was the same application being represented here. They don't understand the language on the front page because it's very planner, XXX and BR's this. So quickly you go to a diagram to bring it to your, see if you can figure it out. And it clearly still shows a caretaker's cabin. And there's been very much confusion and people sort of being defeated saying they thought it was a done deal. It was the same application. So I just wanted to point out in that process that the posters that put this out to the public on our road have been on the pole for 6 months. When this new one came up, they literally just put a sticker over them. So people weren't aware of this. They've gone home for the winter. They got a letter, read it, didn't understand it, flipped it, saw caretaker's cabin. So I won't keep you any longer, but I strongly oppose this for many, many reasons. Number one, environment and the character of our lake. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to allow Mr. Solala online if you wish to make a comment.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to say a few things. In a matter like this, I like to be as objective as possible and try to use facts and principles as a guide. So I go to the core of the matter here, and that's in Ontario, the official plan and the zoning bylaws work together, but they serve distinct roles in municipal land use planning. As you all know, and maybe for the benefit of those who are not aware, the official plan is the high-level policy document that outlines the municipality's vision for growth and development and sets the overarching policies, including specific guidance on land use like backlot development, to ensure that development aligns with long-term planning goals. The zoning bylaws are legally enforceable regulations that implement the official plan by setting detailed rules for land use, such as permissible uses, lot sizes, building heights, and setbacks. So the precedents in decision-making, from my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not on council, but I do try to educate myself in these matters. The precedence is that the zoning bylaws must conform to the official plan as per section 24, subsection 1 of the Planning Act of Ontario. This means the official plan is the foundational guide and zoning bylaws cannot contravene it. So when making decisions on applications like zoning bylaw amendments, the municipality has to ensure that the decision is consistent with the policies of the official plan. So if a zoning bylaw is proposed, it has to be evaluated against the policies in the official plan. And if the amendment does not align with the official plan, it won't be approved unless the official plan itself is amended. So the official plan's policy, in this case, section F 3.3.4.1, provides the criteria against which the amendment will be assessed. And in section F 3.3.4.1 of the township's official plan, it clearly stipulates that backlot development, and this is what we're talking about, this is a backlot, that backlot development shall abut a year-round maintained public road. Compliance with this provision should be non-negotiable unless the municipality approves an amendment to the official plan or makes an exception under special circumstances, which I would think would be pretty rare. So you'd need to actually revise your official plan, and that would affect everybody in Georgian Bay, not just Myers Lake. So I just kind of wonder, why are we having this conversation? Because this has not been addressed by anyone directly throughout this whole exercise, that it's non-compliant with the official plan policies on backlot development, period, full stop, end of story. Like, it can't proceed from here. I mean, there are other secondary issues, and people have highlighted them, like the environmental sensitivity and overdevelopment. I mean, Myers Lake, it's already designated in Section D as a high sensitive water body. It's already classified as over threshold. So any backlot development with new structures and even one that's presented as environmentally friendly, and it certainly is presented as environmentally friendly, it risks further strain, and it threatens the balance of an already overdeveloped and vulnerable area. There is widespread community opposition to this, and everybody has their own reasons, and there are precedent concerns. The people I've spoken with, there seem to be overwhelmingly united in opposition of any backlot development. This does set a precedent, as you've mentioned, for further similar backlot development in the future. And it also risks devaluing existing lakefront property, and it undermines the township's commitment to sustainable and environmentally responsible development. So it would also erode trust in the township's policies of ecosystem protection. It would embolden future backlot development pressures, and it would threaten the character and ecological balance of this Myers Lake, which is already in a fragile environment. It conflicts, in my mind, with the open space zoning conservation. So section E 4.5.1.1 and F 3.5.2 of the official plan, they emphasize that lands designated as open space should primarily support conservation and passive recreation, remaining free from permanent buildings and structures, and there are some exceptions there. But the proposal to rezone part of the property for residential use, it's incompatible with those objectives. I mean, this research hub, the intended environmental research hub, that's commendable. I think that's a great thing. But they already align with the current open space zoning, so they don't require rezoning or permanent structures. The caretaker's cabin or residential cottage, whatever it is right now, it's already prohibited in the official plan under F 3.3.4.1, which goes back to must abut the year-round maintained public road. This is a private road. It is not a public road. I think it's unnecessary, the structure. If you have truly these environmental research goals, God love you. I mean, I think that's a terrific objective to have. The applicant, he's proposed the property as an environmental research for environmental research and education as hub. But these activities are already permitted under the current open space zoning, and they don't require a principal residential structure. So erecting, whether it's called a caretaker's cabin or a cottage or a home or whatever for research purposes, it's unnecessary and it's inappropriate, really, because it's inconsistent with the existing conservation-focused zoning. And of course, the aspect of precedence. And I don't think it offers any real demonstrable benefit to the community or the environment that justifies the risks and costs of additional development. So I read through the Skelton-Brumwell report. It's interesting, right? They've got a lot of good points in there, but what I found really telling was in Appendix A, when it talks about the species at risk assessment, of 179 species that they identified, 165 or 92% of them are not candidates for the subject property. So you're going to go through this whole exercise and cause all of this upset with residents and take up council's time and all of this to create this space that's only going to serve like 8%. You're going to be able to study 8% of these at-risk species. And in Appendix B, the significant wildlife habitat screening, of 44 habitats observed, only 73% of them, or 73% of them are not candidates for significant wildlife habitat screening. So once again, it's a vanishingly small percentage of species and habitats that can actually be observed here. So yeah, so it's commendable. I applaud him for wanting to preserve and study wildlife, and I think it's all important, but I don't think it requires a building, right? I think the amendment's unnecessary to achieve his stated goal of supporting environmental research, and it's inconsistent with the township's official plan, which goes back to my original point that, you know, the Planning Act of Ontario, zoning laws must conform to the official plan. In the official plan, it specifically states, you know, in section F 3.3.4.1, what the conditions are for backlot development. Can't do it on a private road. So comes full circle back to why are we having this discussion at this point? Because right now, unless you amend your official plan, nobody can do this anywhere. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Salala. We appreciate your comments. Any other members of the public in the room here wish to speak? I see we have one more hand raised on our attendees to bring over. We'll give you one more chance with one more person online who's going to speak. Oh, yeah. Ms. Leto,
Hi, can you hear me?
yes, we can.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, my name is Leah Lehto, and I'm at 63 Dayeo Drive. This backlot is directly behind me. And I just wanted to, you know, basically, I don't want to be repeating everything that everybody else has already said. So I just wanted on record that I agree with all of my neighbors that have already spoken, and that I highly object this this proposal. So I just would like it to be on record.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to do the going once, going twice, gone to the council. Councillors, any comments or questions? And Councillor Cooper, you're the quickest with on the draw. Over to you.
There he is, quick draw McGraw. So I'd like to thank the last speaker. The brevity was wonderful and concise. I just have a couple of questions for our planner. And first of all, wanted to actually say congratulations on your presentation, because you've come forward with no recommendation, as I understood, and getting more information and feedback. So I think this is most important, to make sure that you get the whole story, so to speak. And thank you for that. The first question is, I've heard the term open space, OS, and natural state referred to as sort of as one and the same, and they probably are, but I'm a little bit confused because as I understood it, open space was a term that was introduced, I think, originally in 91-19, and when 2014 was a 2014-75, is that the right number? Was adopted, I was understood that natural state was the new term. Is that correct or not?
So the policies of the plan with respect to open space in the waterfront designation provide a basis for both types of zones. But what they do is they rely upon the OS1 zone for the initial creation of the designation. And as a planner, I'm a little troubled by our official plan's reliance on the zoning bylaw for its designation definition, but it is what it is, and it has been that way since 1991. Essentially, most of the lands in 1991 and again in 2014 were placed in the open space 1 zone. Very few of the lands within the open space policies in the waterfront designation were actually put into a natural state zone. And in fact, the first time that this would be proposed for these lands is with this revised application, but not for the entire subject lands. So right now, the entire subject lands are in the open space 1 zone, but they are not in the natural state conservation zone. The proposed application is to rezone all of the lands, mostly to the natural state conservation zone, which means they will, for the first time, be protected in the zoning bylaw for conservation. But as well, the approximately northeastern part of the lands is proposed for backlot residential with a site-specific exception, making the limits to only 85 square meters GFA, et cetera.
Thank you for the clarification, and I just would like to say that in terms of the terminology, it was my understanding at the time, because I was sort of around when this all was done, that natural state was the new term. And I think what happened was that not everything was converted over, so to speak. So I'll just make that comment that that may have be what has happened. But I also wanted to sort of ask about the intent of the official plan, because I do know that in some areas there's language put into the official plan, and I want to know your opinion of this, but there's language in the official plan that basically aligns with the numerics that you find in zoning bylaws. And as one planning lawyer explained at the time that we did that, it's basically having belt and suspenders, so to speak. Comment on that, and then I've got a couple of other comments for you.
As a professional planner, I'm firmly supportive of official plan policy basis for any zoning that is reflected in the bylaw. I think it is important to have the policy framework in place before council can amend or, in the case of 2014-75, when it was first adopted, adopt and pass a new zoning bylaw. So yes, there's absolute duplication and overlap. That is intentional. Where this is unusual is the reliance on zoning mapping for the geographic location of the designation as opposed to official plan mapping.
Thank you for that. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I may, just a couple of other quick questions. I completely get that there could be a precedent set here with a backlot development and an issue that's been raised by the public. I'm not sure I understand completely why it wouldn't be a precedent. Can you address that question, please?
So planning is never completed based on precedent. So every time we receive an application, we look at it from the start for its own merits. What I will say is that there's been a great deal of discussion about the notion of using exceptions in both the policies of the plan with respect to existing lot of record, as well as the zoning bylaw. And what is clear is that in our policies, in our official plan, while we are trying to move all development to publicly maintained year-round roads, there are exceptions. They are not precedents, they are exceptions, but they are not atypical or unusual. And in fact, all of the water access only development that takes place in this municipality is based upon those exceptions. And so we have a lot of development in the township of Georgian Bay that is an exception to this policy intent that new development take place on publicly open roads. But those exceptions have been there, as I say, since 1991. And they have been well used and applied by numerous councils throughout time for various types of development, whether it be on water access only, private roads, etc. The question isn't whether there are these policies and zoning exceptions. The question is it good planning to have a single backlot dwelling on this existing lot of record with the proposal that the remainder of the lands be conserved? That is the planning question in this case that's before the public, before council, and before myself to provide you with opinions.
Just final comment then. I guess, you know, I hear what you're saying about this being in a sort of an exception area versus typical road access. That's urban thinking though. This is not an urban place. This is rural. I'm giving you my opinion. And also remind you that over 50% of our lots are water access. That's a big part of this township. So is the environment. So all that to say, I have difficulty with a backlot development. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Just a couple of questions for you too, Jeff, as well. And I guess that, you know, the general comment, and I'm sure it's shared by all of the members of Planning Council, is, you know, precedent setting and whether or not this change from an open space one to partially or fully to backlot residential, how prevalent this might be in the future. And I wouldn't mind your opinion on that. But at the same time, I'm curious as if you know how many properties, lots, are zoned for backlot residential today. I know it's through our zoning bylaws, but I'm just curious as to how it's been applied in the past, and your thoughts on how this decision may impact other decisions in the future, based on their own merits, of course, I know. But I'm just curious what your opinion is about the uniqueness of this application compared to other instances that may be out in the township.
So I do not actually have a count of the open space one zoned lands by lot of record in the township, nor do I have a count of the lands that are currently in the backlot residential. And if that's something important for council's consideration, that certainly can be something we look into.
Okay, I am curious because again, we don't usually see backlot residential as a zone when we're discussing planning matters. So there's some research I'll maybe follow up with you on after the meeting. For right now, Chair, I think that's my main questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Mayor. To our planner, my impression, I think I've got this right, is by moving some of this land into natural state from open space, I think you've said it, but just to be clear here, it becomes more restrictive in what can be done or not done in that area. Is that correct?
Yes, nothing can be done. It can only be conserved.
However, is it not possible for somebody to put in an application just the same to remove those lands that are natural state from that status? Can an application come forward to say, I now want to change it back to whatever? Oh.
Absolutely. However, in that case, there would be a policy basis to refuse from the official plan. So in this case, the applicant is voluntarily giving up development rights on those lands and proposing to conserve them. Council can't rezone private lands in that way without that voluntary willingness. Otherwise, it could be considered constructive expropriation. And so in this case, once This person, Michael Bice, Amanda Bice, applies to move the bulk of their lands from open space 1 zone to natural state conservation zone. To apply to go backwards would contradict the official plan policies and would require an official plan amendment as well as a rezoning.
Okay, and just to clarify, I mean, there's no reason why anybody couldn't apply through the planning department and through us to have any designation changed. I mean, it's up to them. It's how much money do they want to spend, and et cetera, correct?
That is true. We cannot refuse an application that is submitted under the Planning Act.
Right.
Unless it is incomplete. And again, then it's only a matter of providing the information that's required to make it complete.
And then to go even more extreme, there's always the OLT and MZOs, correct?
Yes.
Okay, there's that. Okay, going back to the part of the land that's being allowed for development, going to that 85 square meter building that's being proposed here. Again, there are restrictions on any further development beyond what's being proposed at this time. And that's sort of etched in stone as well from our perspective in our Planning Act.
So again, in this case, the owner has voluntarily agreed that there should be a holding provision for site plan control. And the intent of the site plan agreement will be to implement the 85 square meter maximum GFA dwelling at greater detail on the lands, as well as the 2 accessory buildings of the size that's been proposed.
So there would be no ability beyond coming back to council for there to be any further development other than what's being proposed at this time?
Yes, it would require an amendment to the site plan agreement. Although with your delegation of authority, that might not make it back to council. But for the hold provision removal, it must come back to council because that is a bylaw that you will pass.
Okay, and finally, if it's okay with the mayor, we have this situation, precedence seems to be a big issue with a lot of the things we look at, and whether we are setting a precedent, whether it's being perceived as a precedent, which I think is more important here, because I think you've explained quite clearly that each planning application is judged upon its own merits, not based on what has happened before. Though from a public standpoint, I think everybody tends to look at it quite differently. And I bring to mind development in Muskoka that has been backlot development and quite substantial and quite disturbing from the standpoint of the residents in the area, and not to mention other people that have gotten wind of what the development entails. And there is a concern. I think it's justifiable that if we have some backlot development allowed, does that open the door for much further and greater backlot development? I don't know that you can answer the question. I'm making the observation more than anything else. I think we've got to consider that if this is perceived as a precedent for backlot development, then we will see we may see a stampede of backlot developers coming in going, well, time to start developing tons of backlots all over the municipality. And I'm not suggesting that can be done. I'm not suggesting that this in and of itself would be the precedent that people use for that. But certainly, I think we've got to understand that the perception within the public mind is once you've opened that door, it's wide open and the horses are out of the barn, so to speak. I don't know how we address that. I think maybe that's something that's down the road in our OP review, but that's my perception of how things are going. But I appreciate the report. It's, as always, Jeff, very comprehensive. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek. Councillor Bochek? You're
muted.
We see your lips move.
Yeah, you just wish you couldn't hear me. as my fellow councillor Cooper has always said, I'm going to say it here, ditto, and I'm not going to waste your time telling you what the other councillors have already said. So I'm going to skip by all that. And one of the things that's troubling me is this 900 square foot cabin. I raised a family of 4 in a 900 square foot house in Port Severn. So I kind of want the description around cabin, and I want to know where that description comes from and where it's embedded. And my other concern, and this is the question to Mr. Clarke, we haven't, or I haven't seen any footprint location or any setbacks from any, very sensitive lands or areas on this property. So 2 things I'm very concerned with. I don't think 900 square feet, 80 square meters, I think it was, is a cabin. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton, you didn't put your hand up, but this is your chance.
Oh, it's my opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. I do have a question for our planning department, or maybe it's to the community. The road that comes in, private road that comes in, seems to go along like this and then take a big loop down and then go around. And it appears to be going through the subject property. Like, are there terrain issues as to why that happened?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have been there. I can honestly say the terrain is rough, but it is rough whether that road alignment would have been correctly followed or whether it ended up where it is today. I suspect it's something that happened years ago and has simply continued to exist. Fortunately, our zoning bylaw is robust with respect to trespass roads. And so the fact that the private road leaves its right of way does not pose a problem for the proposed development. In fact, it limits. So in the attached drawing where I showed the building envelope in black, you'll see that 20-meter setback from the section of Dayeo Drive that leaves the right of way is the front yard. And so it's still, our bylaw allows that setback to follow the road regardless of where the road is located.
Okay. So does this road actually sever the properties to the north and to the south? Because, I mean, we have other properties in our township where there are private roads and the road doesn't actually sever the properties. Could you confirm that these properties actually are severed?
It does not sever it. So it is a single property, but there is a separation by the Dayeo Drive right of way between what I'll call the horseshoe in the approximately north central part of the subject lands versus the rest of the subject lands. But that is, if it were a public road, the registrar would likely create a natural severance at that location. But because it is a private road on a right of way, as opposed to a public road, no, it is a single property. And both the district's official plan and our official plan would prohibit anyone applying for a consent to sever it.
Okay, I guess I'm just a little confused because when I look at roads, for example, in Honey Harbor, there's a private road and the lots start at the waterfront and they go way down, hundreds and hundreds of meters. And yet there's a road down through the middle and it doesn't sever the property. So you don't have 2 parcels of land. Clearly this is 2 parcels of land?
No, it is a single parcel of land.
No, not the loop thing, but we have shoreline properties, actual properties that touch the shoreline. And then we have the road, and then we have this big chunk of land down below. I just wanted to fully confirm that those are separately deeded properties.
Sure, and maybe it would help if I just throw up that one image.
Yes, it would.
In my presentation. So the subject property is in purple.
Okay,
The right-of-way for Dayeo Drive is in a very light shade of gray. The shoreline residential zones along Myers Lake are in yellow. Each one of those properties is a separate property along the lake shore. However, the subject property is a single property where, yes, there is an odd detour of both the right-of-way and the roadway to the south of those shoreline properties, and then back again towards them in the far northeast part of the subject lands. But that is a single property, and it is not something that either the district's official plan or our official plan would allow someone to apply for a consent to separate.
so the part there that says 0763, a little, maybe you put your mouse over it.
Oops.
So the thing in the middle of the loop is separate from the rest of the property.
No, and you'll see that there's the same number on the lower part
Okay,
of
so
the
okay,
property.
okay, that's helpful. So you made some comment very early, and I'm going way back kind of to the beginning of your presentation. You said something about a private park was possible in this open space zone. Could you help us understand what rights are available in this open space zone as of right? No
Sure.
changes.
Sure, and maybe what I will do is ask again to share my screen because it may be easiest to demonstrate. So the open space zones So in the open space zones, open space 1 permits conservation, passive outdoor recreation, public parks and accessory structures, private parks, and conservation education. And you'll notice that they do provide for a building area. They provide frontage requirements, they provide yard setbacks, minimum landscaped open space, maximum lot coverage, etc. Later, in the natural state conservation zones, there's only the permitted use for conservation or conservation education.
So going back to open space.
Yes,
well, you said that he could build something. What could he build under open space?
And a private park, our zoning bylaw includes in section 19. And a private park means an open space or recreational area other than a public park operated on a commercial and or private member basis, and which includes one or more of the following facilities or activities. And then it goes into those. And they could include things such as walking, riding, cross-country skiing, snowmobiling, but not racing. And they allow for accessory areas such as picnic areas, tennis courts, lawn and bowling greens, outdoor skating rinks, and athletic fields, and parking lots accessory to the foregoing. And so
no accommodation.
Sorry?
No accommodation.
No.
Okay. I think what I need, sorry, I think I have what I need at the moment. Thank you very much.
All right, I find myself frustrated, to be honest with you, because I've read your analysis, and I can't possibly understand how you can come up with this BR zone. And so my first question is similar to Councillor Predko. Is I would like to understand how many properties in our township are actually zoned BR. And the reason I ask that, I mean, I've sat in this chair for 6 years. I was in the Committee of Adjustment for 4 years prior. I don't recall, my memory sucks, but I don't recall ever running into a BR zone before. And maybe in the code. So I'm very curious, and you've offered to find out how often that's been applied. So that's one thing. And I just want to confirm, Dayeo Drive is a private road.
Yes.
Yes. And so when I look and I go through and you're quoting the official plan on a regular basis in your report, and in one point it says very clearly in the official plan, backlot development consists of single detached dwellings on individual lots situated on a public road. It says it clearly. No room for interpretation in my mind. And then you're suggesting that's only if a new lot is being developed. And I'm thinking, I don't see that here anywhere. So I really have trouble with your interpretation, and I say that with full respect, of course, in that, and full transparency, I own a back lot. It has a lane running across it that serves 20 cottages. I couldn't imagine coming in and saying, well, can I build a cabin on it? Because I've been told repeatedly, over and over again, by various planners, and I have no intention of building on it, by the way, just to be clear. I've been told over and over again that you're not allowed to build on an open space back lot. There's no question in my mind whatsoever that the intention of the people who created the zoning, the official plans in the past, and I don't care whether it's 1971, 1991. Was it even called an official plan, Councillor Cooper, in 1971? Was it called an official plan in 1971? No, but the plan. But the 1991, the 2014, there's no doubt in my mind that the council and residents of the day, when they said backlots are zoned open space, or ideally natural space, did not intend development on the back side. And so I really question the string of logic, and I do believe that it's somewhere in your introduction that you said that your opinion isn't consistent with some other planners you've spoken to on this matter of making this water. It clearly is not a waterfront property. Whether it comes in a waterfront zone is clearly not a waterfront property. And so I find that very, to be honest with you, I just find it very challenging how the suggestion that, that even though I recognize that you're quoting an element in the zoning bylaw that, where there may be exceptions being considered, and anybody can apply for anything, and I fully respect that. I have real difficulty with the suggestion that there's any I'll call it confusion with the official plan when it says very, very clearly backlot development requires a public road. So I'm asking for more thorough in your upcoming report, more thorough review of that to make sure that the logic works, because I fear, and I'll be very blunt, I fear that even though I understand and I hear repeatedly that this doesn't create precedents, I've also seen more than one OLT review by people who aren't necessarily planners that say, you've done this before, therefore this particular person's application should be approved. And that's my fear, to be honest, on this, is that if we are ever to consider this, we have to put so many very, very clear explanations in there that this, we have to have in big bold letters in multicolors. This is not setting precedent, because I'm afeared. And I fully appreciate why the applicant would like to build a cottage in that site. I get that, but I think our official plan is very clear. Councillor Cooper, round two.
And I apologize for not raising some of this earlier, but some things have come to light, and my old memory is coming up with a few other things. So I just wanted to ask our planner, have you ever read the case around Island 195 in the township of Georgian Bay, where we spent almost $300,000 stopping a public park on a couple of shoals? Are you aware of that one?
I have not.
It might be good reading because it has some application to this. The township did stop the public park concept, and that was in the days of open space. So that's my first point. I would suggest that it might be worthy of reading some of our OLT history. The OLT finally said res judica. In other words, stop coming back here, because it went back about 5 times. And the cost is $300,000. But finally, the OLT said, don't bother coming here anymore. They send them to whatever it's called, not Superior Court, but Divisional Court. So worthy of reading. I also want to say that it was my understanding when 2014-75 was adopted that everything that said open space was to have been converted over to natural state. And it's my understanding from what you've said is that you view the two differently to a certain extent. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I think there's been an error here. I think open space became natural state. And that's my opinion. And I think it might be a worthwhile thing to get in touch with the planner who was supposed to have moved it over and find out why that didn't happen. That's another suggestion for me. And I'm sorry, I agree with the mayor as well. This is can be a real problem, but we've already had some litigation that deals with this subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands for it. Councillor Hazelton.
Sorry, I just wanted to weigh in based on the fact that this is an opportunity for the planning staff to hear public input, council input. I find that it was actually quite helpful for Mr. Salala to help us find the sections in the OP that our mayor has also reiterated, which is backlot development is not allowed unless it's on a public road. And I think that we've got a situation here where unfortunately the community around Myers Lake didn't create a tighter neighborhood plan. And perhaps had they done that, they would have entrenched additional language in their neighborhood plan to protect them even further. But I think in this case, our official plan stands strongly to say this is not something we should be embracing. And I am strongly opposed to any consideration of this as something we would ever approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any more hands raised, so I'm going to close the discussion on this particular file and leave it to you, Mr. Kratky, and your colleagues to craft a recommendation to us for an upcoming meeting once you've reviewed all the comments that you've collected today. Thank you. Before we go on to our next item, and I imagine a number of people in the crowd are for the next item, I'm going to recommend a 10-minute break. So it's now, according to my notes, 10:45, so let's reconvene at 10:55. back. Where are we? We're on Z 24-17 for 206 Wild Rice Trail. And that means I have to turn it over to the clerk for a moment, don't I? Oh, well, sorry. You're right. I didn't pass the resolution, so the motion from the prior topic, and I apologize, Council. I'm going to do it now. Moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Bocheck. Councillor Bocheck has returned. There he is. Good. Be it resolved, the Council for the Township of Georgian Bay, 1, accepts all information presented at the second public meeting on December 10th, 2024 regarding revised Township Zoning Bylaw Amendment Z 23-13, proposing development of the subject lands. Refers all information and comments to Township staff for further discussion with the owner and anyone who commented. And Township staff shall not schedule the next meeting of Council to evaluate the application until after comments are addressed. All those in favor? Thank you very much, and I apologize to everybody for not completing that before we took our break. Now we're going to move to Z 24-17 206 Wild Rice Trail and to our clerk to talk about correspondence. Please.
Correspondence relating to bylaw amendment file Z 24-17 was received as follows. 3 letters of no concern or no comment were received from Brad Socash, Director of Operations, Kaylee Nicholson, Chief Building Official, and Hydro One. 2 letters of support were received from John White and Kayla Thompson. 23 letters of objection were received with the majority of the concerns regarding lot frontage, acreage, and the narrow waterway. 1 letter was received from the District of Muskoka stating staff would not be opposed to the approval of the above noted application.
Thank you very much. Ms. Wanfor, I believe you are the planner on this file, and if you would please present your report.
Through the mayor. Just move this. The subject property has an area of approximately 36,800 square meters or 9.1 acres and a frontage of 250 meters on 6 Mile Lake, north of Hungry Bay Island. A detached dwelling, accessory building, and a dock occupy the lands, which contain a mix of natural vegetation and are densely forested. Granite rock dominates the shoreline. The lands are designated waterfront in both the district and township official plans and located within the 6 Mile Lake inland waterfront community. The property is zoned 6 Mile Lake Residential Exception 6 and abuts a narrow water body containing Type 2 fish habitat. The lands are located within Stratum 2 deer wintering area, as well as identified as having moderate to high archaeological potential and have a low to extreme wildfire hazard rating, with the majority of the lands having a low to moderate rating. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the subject lands from 6 Mile Lake Residential Exception 6 to a 6 Mile Lake Residential Exception Zone, which will allow for the creation of 2 new residential lots through consent applications B2407 and B2408, having reduced lot frontage, area, interior side yard, and front yard setback requirements. To be clear, the lot to be retained and the 2 lots to be severed will be subject to the proposed 6 Mile Lake Residential Exception Zone. In addition to the site-specific exception zone requirements, the 6 Mile Lake Residential Zone requirements for maximum lot coverage, minimum rear yard, and maximum building height will continue to apply. General policies of the waterfront area include, but are not limited to, the following. Natural form and function shall be the predominant characteristic of the landscape. Natural landscape features such as watercourses, significant heights of land, rock faces or cliffs, landmarks, and other similar features shall be conserved to the extent feasible, and new development shall generally be located and designed to protect these characteristic features. New development should generally have a physical character similar to or compatible with existing development in terms of density, lot sizes, maximum building heights, and minimum setbacks. Development shall consist of single-unit dwellings and accessory buildings and structures located on individual lots that are located in a linear fashion along the shoreline. New residential shoreline lots shall have a minimum lot area of 0.4 hectares and a minimum water frontage of 60 meters. Larger lot areas and frontages may be required to accommodate the proposed use, address environmental constraints or land use compatibility matters, or in consideration of lake character. Shoreline lots should be sized and designed to recognize environmental, human-made, or other influences, including soil, terrain, water quality, and fish habitat, and hazard constraints, among others. Stratum 2 deer habitat generally surrounds Stratum 1, which represents the core habitat where deer concentrate in midwinter once snow depth generally exceeds 50 centimeters and deer movement is restricted. Development or site alteration in Stratum 2 habitats should conserve valuable conifer thermal cover, feeding areas, and movement corridors. As shown on my screen, majority of the subject lands have a low to moderate wildfire hazard rating. Note that the property boundaries are approximate and staff are not requiring a wildland fire assessment. The minimum lot area and frontage for all new lots in the 6 Mile Lake Inland Waterfront Community are 0.8 hectares and 120 meters respectively. Circumstance may occur where smaller requirements are appropriate and desirable, in which variances to these standards may be considered, provided the intent of the official plan is maintained. A lot having a larger frontage and a smaller lot area, or a large lot area and the frontage is somewhat less than the requirement, are situations in which variances may be considered. Increased building setbacks and landscaping measures that maintain or enhance the visual integrity of the area may be required as conditions of development in such instances. Narrow water body is defined as a water body on a lake which has a minimum distance of less than 150 meters from shoreline to shoreline. A lot frontage of up to 120 meters or 400 feet may be imposed, and to determine if the lot frontage should be increased, regard shall be made for the severity of the narrowness of the channel and the impact of the development on water quality, density, navigation, views, and other matters deemed appropriate by the township. A variety of other techniques such as building setbacks for primary buildings, limitations on the location and size of shoreline structures, retention of vegetation, and appropriate and safe use of lighting will be considered in addition to increased frontage to address issues associated with specific narrow water bodies. The table shown here outlines the requirements for the 6 Mile Lake residential zone, the current zoning, and the proposed zoning of the lands. As mentioned, the proposed zoning reduces the minimum lot area requirement to 4,700 square meters from the existing area of 36,800 square meters, and the 6 Mile Lake residential zone area requirement of 8,000 square meters. Similarly, the current zone permits the existing lot frontage of 250 meters, whereas the 6 Mile Lake residential zone requires a frontage of 120 meters, and the applicant is proposing a frontage of 60 meters. A front yard setback of 20 meters is being proposed, same as permitted in the 6 Mile Lake residential zone, whereas the current zone requires a 30-meter front yard. The current zone requires side yard setbacks of 10 meters and 70 meters, whereas the applicant is proposing a minimum side yard of 5 meters, which is same as that required in the 6 Mile Lake zone. The rear yard, maximum lot coverage, and maximum building height requirements remain same across all three zones. The 6 Mile Lake residential zone permits a gross floor area of 275 square meters, or 5% of the lot area, whichever is less. The current zoning of the lands permits same, resulting in 275 square meters being the lesser. The proposed zoning will also have this requirement. However, the two lots to be severed will be limited to a gross floor area of 235 square meters, representing 5% of the proposed lot areas. The lot to be retained will permit a gross floor area of 275 square meters. The 6 Mile Lake residential zone permits a dwelling width of 25% of the frontage or 23 meters, whichever is less. The current zone permits same, with 23 meters being less. The proposed zone will limit the dwelling width on the two lots to be severed to 15 meters, and the lot to be retained will allow for a width of 23 meters. Additionally, in accordance with the zoning bylaw, boathouses and boat ports will not be permitted appertinent to the lots. Each lot will be permitted a dock, provided they have a maximum projection of 7 meters from the current watermark and have a maximum width of 3.1 meters. Note that this is due to the narrow water body. There are no significant natural heritage features on or abutting the subject lands, such as Type 1 fish habitat or a provincially significant wetland. The applicant has provided a planning justification report, which forms attachment 3 of the associated report. The public meeting is only for the purposes of conveying information and gathering comments. The public meeting allows for ongoing dialogue with the public, agent, owner, council, district, and commenting agencies or special persons. Should the dialogue result in significant revisions of the development proposed by the applicant, an additional public meeting may be required under the Planning Act. Otherwise, the planning analysis and evaluation report with recommendations shall be presented to council at a future meeting after all comments are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant present and wish to make any comments? I certainly see that the agent is present. We're setting up for a full court press here. Morning.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Council. I'm just going to get myself into the meeting so I can share my screen. So just give me a moment. That would be great.
And I'm presuming with you are Cindy and William Reynolds. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship, members of council, and members of the public, those who I may not have had the pleasure to meet yet. My name is Victoria Lemieux. I'm a senior planner with Morgan Planning and Development, and I'm here this morning, almost afternoon, but this morning on behalf of Bill and Cindy Reynolds, the property owners of the subject property. So thank you very much for letting me into the meeting. Your Worship, do you mind if I share my screen for a brief presentation just to
it's more important you get clerk approval than mine because they have the buttons
to push. That's fair, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, if you don't mind. I think I should be able to now. Oh, sorry, it's making me jump back into the meeting. Sorry, Madam Clerk. Here. Apologies for the delay. This is new, me jumping into a meeting while I'm sitting here as well. So. There we go. Okay, I think I'm up and running now. Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Well, thank you everybody for your patience there. So to reiterate, again, we are here this morning to provide some additional context to staff's overview of the application in front of council and also the public this morning for comments and feedback at this time. So as staff provided a general overview of the subject property, I think, of course, everybody in the audience as well as council is relatively familiar with this area. Essentially, we're looking at the northeast sector of 6 Mile Lake. The property, as mentioned, has both road access from Wild Rice Trail and also, of course, water access from 6 Mile Lake itself. And again, to reiterate, Wild Rice Trail is a privately owned and maintained right-of-way. So just for a little bit of context, so the property was purchased by Bill and Cindy back in 2002. So they've been the property owners for over 20 years now. The property has, again, just reiterating council staff's comments there, the area is about 3.68 hectares or approximately 9 acres, whichever camp you choose to prefer to consider. Again, similarly with frontage, we're looking at about 250 meters of shoreline frontage. And again, that's a straight line frontage measurement, similar to the definition of the zoning bylaw. We're not talking about the shoreline overall, just that straight line frontage measurement, or again, 800 feet if you prefer to consider in feet. So in between the years anyways of 2005 and 2012, the property owners developed a single family dwelling on the subject property, which I have some photos that I will show in a moment. And in 2007, the dock that is on the property was constructed. So here we have an aerial image of the subject property. Again, just for council's understanding, which I'm sure you're used to at this point, the orange line we've superimposed on top of the aerial imagery because, of course, we all know that the GIS system line work is not always accurate. So we've tried to better show more closely to what the actual property boundary looks like. So on the right side of your screen, we're looking a little bit closer to that existing development that I was mentioning. So here we have that single family dwelling here in the top, and then we have the docking area here at the bottom. Hopefully you can see my cursor there. So here is an image of that existing dwelling on the property. And I think it's just important to note, it might be hard to see in these photos for council's benefit, but this appears to be a two-story dwelling because of the deck, but it's actually not. As you can see here, the structure was actually built in conjunction with the existing topography of the land, and the Reynolds did whatever they could in order to minimize any impact or blasting to that area. So as you can see, it's actually essentially perched on top of an existing rock outcrop. So just to reiterate, this is a single story structure here, and of course just to allow them to get some reasonable viewing from their deck. There is a bit of height at the front there, but just to reiterate, it is not a two-story. And again, just to reiterate, I think Bill and Cindy did a great job with this dwelling. When you're on the water, you can barely see it, I think, at all, especially during the time that I was out by any means when the trees were in full bloom. Again, this is not extremely visible from the water. It's modest in size, and they were really intentional in not taking out any trees or vegetation that was otherwise necessary. So here we have an image on the screen of just that existing dock area for the property. And just to reiterate for council's understanding, the area that you see here on the image is essentially the only active shoreline area that this subject property has. So the rest of the property that you'll see in some additional photos that I have really have been maintained in that naturalized state. So this is really, we're just looking at the sole shoreline activity area for the subject property. So here is an image. Now, of course, we're looking from the water here. It actually does capture the adjacent property just to the north as well. I apologize, it's a bit darker than I would like it to be. I don't know if that helps. But here you can see that dock in the last image that I showed you. So you can see that the Reynolds dock is located here. And then so to the right of that, council, again, is that first glimpse into the rest of the shoreline of the property and that naturalized state that it has been maintained by the Reynolds to date. And then further, essentially, as we work southwest along the subject property, again, you can see the Reynolds dock here with their dwelling located in the distance back in this area. And you can see again the shoreline property all the way around to essentially almost the peninsula end of this portion of the lake has been again maintained in that naturalized state with naturalized rock outcroppings and mature vegetation. And just for to put council in an understanding of where we're visibly at here, essentially the proposed lots that are being discussed today would essentially be located, you can kind of see my cursor here, the frontages would be in this area here generally. And this is a photo that was taken as I walked the property with the owners last summer. This photo here, I'm essentially standing in front of what would be the essentially the preferred building envelope for Lot A. So I'm standing in front of where the trees are. So I've stepped a little bit a little bit closer to the water so I can take a photo. But this just shows what that view over that waterway would be to the adjacent property off of Hungry Island, just for, again, some visual context and just to show the scale of topographical difference that we're speaking of when we're talking about the subject property itself and then going down towards the water. So then speaking again about that topographical difference, just for everybody's benefit in the room, again, I'm essentially standing in the same position from the last photo, but I've essentially turned my body to be able to see and demonstrate the difference in height from where the water actually lands to where, again, we're kind of up and above, I'll call it a cliff, a modest cliff anyways. I still wouldn't want to have to fall down that cliff by any means. But again, just shows that difference that you can see here. And again, of course, the retention of that mature vegetation along the shoreline. And then here's another image. Again, it's the same tree in the last picture. Again, just pivoting my body a little bit more, just to show what this is essentially the tightest point generally that would land the subject property to an adjacent property across the way on Hungry Island. So this view that you see here towards that red roofed beautiful dwelling on the other side, this is essentially that tightest point, and this would be a view from the building envelope. So hopefully that gives a bit of visual context for council's benefit. And then this is another view here. This would be looking now over my right shoulder where I was standing to the north. So again, just showing that topographical change and the vegetation that remains. So in considering, when we started looking at this project and the implications of what we were looking to achieve, of course, there's a lot of history, of course, in 6 Mile Lake generally, and also more specifically in this area. So just a couple of key points, and I know there was lots of useful information that was also provided by neighbors for council's benefit in your circulation package, but just to note a couple of things for your benefit. So the subject property and the adjacent parcels, primarily on the west side of, now we know, Wild Rice Trail, the private road, was essentially created through the Medland, as it was known at the time, plan of subdivision process. So that process essentially started around the time of 1994. And at that time, the original plan, the lots were all to be essentially 200 feet of frontage and an acre of lot area at that time. And they all maintained that minimum 20-meter waterfront setback that I think council is well familiar essentially is applied to the majority of waterfront properties in the municipality. So there was lots of back and forth over the next couple of years, and actually in 1999, the implementing zoning bylaw amendment that was associated with the Medland subdivision project was appealed at the time by, I believe, a neighborhood group that was formed around that time, and essentially resulted in the refined plan of subdivision that we know of today, which was subsequently approved in 2000. So lots of work happened during these years. It took quite a lot for the owner at the time to get to where they were now, and again, so essentially from 2000 on, we now have the lots that we are speaking of today. So again, subsequently, just to reiterate, the proponents, Bill and Cindy, purchased the property in 2002. So shortly after the lot itself was actually legally created. And of course, at that time, they were unaware of essentially the back and forth that the Medland subdivision project came to be and the community involvement that it had. And just another couple of notes for council's benefit. Bill and Cindy obtained site plan control approval for their subject property. So there is a historical site plan agreement on title for their property before they built that dwelling that I was showing you photos of. And at that time, that site plan agreement shows a 5-meter setback to the interior lot lines that were in effect at that time. And then, of course, subsequently, more recently, between 2003 and 2009, I believe, were the approximate dates the Wild Rice Trail Association Group, which was essentially the group of the new owners of those lots, worked together on the approval and the construction of the actual Wild Rice Trail road that we travel on today. And just for some history there. So in speaking to that plan of subdivision that was actually approved in the year 2000, I think it was just important and just interesting of note to show you the Schedule D to that subdivision agreement, where you can see that the entirety of the lots at that time were identified to have 5-meter side yard setbacks, which is, again, and staff reiterated this in their presentation, which is consistent with the general SR6 6 Mile Lake zone. So really throughout the rest of 6 Mile Lake, essentially, you will find 5-meter permitted setbacks to the interior yards. So again, just some history that I think we all can benefit from, and wanted to bring to your attention this morning. So again, going back to the work that was completed and the consideration that was put into the application in front of council this morning. So the surrounding area, as council knows, is of course typified by a varying of different sizes and shapes of shoreline residential lots, of course, with large tracts of crown land and open space to the rear of those shoreline residential lots, as you can see here. So the image on your screen, this red dashed line, essentially became what we can call our study area when, specifically Bill and Cindy put in a lot of work prior to me joining in to help out, but lots of work went into considering, what that existing character of this specific area looked like and what this northeast quadrant really showed us by its existing condition. And just a couple of points of note, essentially the average lot frontage that was determined to be in this quadrant was approximately 48.7 meters or 160 feet. And the average lot area was 0.28 hectares or alternatively 0.7 acres. So just some interesting data for council's consideration. So now, just to provide, again, that visual context of that surrounding area and who essentially would be most impacted by, this application in front of you today, and for the benefit, of course, of those in the room as well. So essentially the next couple photos, council, I'm essentially going to take you on a boat ride around the peninsula. So keep that in mind. We're going to go south and then we're going to go east towards Hungry Bay Road. Again, I know many of you are familiar with this area, but I think it's helpful to refresh everyone's memory as we speak to and hear lots of comments today. So here we're looking at essentially the property at the northern tip of Hungry Island. So this property here, I would say, based on my site visit, independently, I would say this is the property that is most impacted by the existing development on the Reynolds property. So the existing dwelling, the existing docking area, this is the property that would have that direct view. So then as we work our way, again, towards the south, we're walking or boating into that identified narrow water body in the official plan. As you can see, so the subject property would be on the left of your screen here, and then Hungry Island would be on the right. And I do think it's important to note as well, and I acknowledged both in my report and in my discussions with staff, that the official plan does identify a narrow water body as a body of land on a lake that is 150 meters or less, but it's interesting to also consider that the township zoning bylaw essentially looks at a narrow water body being one that is 61 meters or less in width, and the reason for that is, of course, to dictate further restrictions on docking and boathouse types of facilities. So again, an interesting point to mention there for council's consideration. So now in this photo, we're moving further down that water body. So again, the subject property is essentially, Bill, I would say we're kind of getting close to the end of where your property ends, and then the adjacent property to the south begins. I think that's a fair.
Yeah, it would be a little further up from there.
A little further, yeah, exactly. And so again, just I think this is a good visual for members of council, of course, who couldn't get on a boat to view this property, what that channel essentially is looking like. So then now we would be looking from the bottom tip of the Wild Rice Trail properties over towards Hungry Island. So this is the property on the other side, and I would I would say generally this property here would be looking directly at Hungry Bay Road. So, you know, the subject property would be to the left of these folks and would not be in direct view. And then, of course, kind of looping around the peninsula of the Wild Rice Trail area, we then land ourselves in the Hungry Bay Road community portion of this quadrant. And I think it's completely fair to say, and I think everybody in this room and council would agree, that Hungry Bay Road is, I would say, the most dense area of 6 Mile Lake, and very small lots, dense shoreline development, as you can see here in this photo, which again would be located just to the east of the subject property. And then here we have another photo as well for your benefit. And so when I speak back to the work that has been done so far in considering, again, what that existing character of this northeast quadrant looks like, we really wanted to consider, especially when it comes to lot frontages and lot frontage values, what is that existing condition and how can we, you know, look at that and consider when we look at future lot creation, how there may or may not be impact to that. So just some interesting items for note, council. It was interesting to see that essentially approximately 55% of the lots that you see on your screen are at or less than 200 feet. And approximately only 16% of the lots on your screen that you see are actually greater than 300 feet, with only 5% of them being essentially 400 feet or larger. So again, really interesting to consider when we look at what the 6 Mile Lake lot creation policies state, you know, when actually considering what's on the ground and what are we really looking at when we look at existing character. So I won't go into too much detail because staff did a great job providing you an overview of what the applicable planning documents are and what those applicable designations and zoning is. But again, to reiterate, we are looking at a waterfront designated parcel of land in both the district and the township's documents, specifically, of course, applicable to the 6 Mile Lake waterfront policies. So the application itself, really what we're seeking to do through this process, council, is to allow for future lot creation. So this application in front of you is not in itself going to allow for new lots to be created. There would still be that extra step of going to the Committee of Adjustment post any type of approval if we were to achieve that. This application solely is looking to recognize site-specific lot area and lot frontages for those severed lots, and also to allow for a reduced front yard setback, again, maintaining that 20 meters that we see essentially otherwise, I would say, through the majority of the municipality, and reducing that side yard setback to 5 meters. Again, important to note, this application is not seeking for any reduction in the 30-meter required setback for a septic system. We believe that the proposed lots and the lot envelopes can still achieve that 30 meters. So we are not looking to bring any septic systems closer to the water than what is required. And again, as I reiterated, the effect of this application would be to permit those other applications that were noted on the notice to move forward to the Committee of Adjustment at a future time. So here we have a zoning matrix, and again, staff provided an overview, but just to reiterate of essentially what the ask is of this application, and to reiterate to council that the retained lot, which would of course be retained in ownership by Bill and Cindy and is intended to be over the long term, would retain a 2.7 hectare lot area and 137 meters approximately of lot frontage. So they're really looking to maintain that lot size for themselves. And here's just an image of the zoning bylaw schedule that we submitted as part of our application. And when considering the proposed severance sketch that I know, council, you've already seen through the circulation in your comment package, as well as members of the public, just a couple of items that I just wanted to bring to your attention were essentially, you know, when we look at these, essentially, you could call them almost a hockey stick shape that has been proposed here. There was a couple of reasons why, and I just wanted to point those out for council's consideration. Number one being, as you can see, the property is essentially large pie slice of a shape. So what that essentially provides is more of a narrow area to the rear here. And this is exactly where Wild Rice Trail comes in. And we were just trying to be cognizant of providing as much space to be retained by the Reynolds because of where their driveway comes into the property. It's not shown here, but we can provide that a better depiction of that to staff. But where the property's driveway comes in, and as you can see, Wild Rice Trail goes around. Again, just being cognizant of allowing them to still have appropriate access to have a proper turn into their driveway, as it's already quite a sharp turn that I myself even experienced when I was on the property. And the second piece that I wanted to bring up is the reasoning around this kind of hockey stick shape was, Bill and Cindy, in my opinion, from all the different waterfront properties I've viewed in my time, both previously at the township and also in my work since, is I think they've done a great job in vegetation retention throughout their property. I think they've tried to, incorporate as minimal of a physical imprint on their property as they can. And a big part of an important factor to this for them has been this area to the rear of their existing development has a beautiful large wooded lot area that they would like to see retained. And I think all of us can agree in past experiences, council, that you've seen, sometimes one of the best ways to retain that type of vegetation is through single ownership. Once we start to, separate those types of larger tracts of important lands, sometimes that's where things can sometimes get into trouble. So they would like to continue to be the stewards of that portion of the land if possible. So again, that just gives some context to members of the public and council as to why that lot configuration has been proposed. As staff mentioned, I did submit a planning justification report in support of the applications, where I go into further detail around the policies that staff have provided to you. And I'm sure council has reviewed that report in detail, as well as members of the public, so I won't spend too much time there. And I just wanted to mention, and I do really appreciate the members of the public who took the time to write comments and submit them in advance, because we don't often get that in projects that I work on. And it's nice to be able to actually review those comments in advance and be able to digest them and consider, our responses and additional information that we can provide. So again, I just wanted to reiterate to members of the public, thank you for that. These were some themes that we, depicted out of those comments. Of course, this is not necessarily going to capture every single comment that was provided, but I think we've done a pretty good job in capturing the majority of the concerns that were raised. So of course, first being lot size and lot frontage, and I believe my previous comments in this presentation have spoken to those, so I will leave those comments with that. But I would like to briefly speak with Bill's assistance on the front yard setback request, so going to that 20 meters, that side yard setback request, more specifically as it pertains to the south lot, the potential for future development beyond 2 lots, which I know was a concern of the neighbors, which is absolutely understandable. And then of course, speaking to future docking location and water body and safety. And then of course, loss of significant vegetation and character. So we will briefly run through a few more slides, Your Worship, and thank you for your patience as we go through this. So I think at this time, I'll just allow Bill to speak to some of just more of the specific site context and the approach towards the front yard setback request.
Do I need to state my name and address? No? Okay. So, Your Worship, members of council, senior administration for the township, the planning department, and all of the people both online and present here. I just wanted to address some of the physical aspects of why we're looking for a setback at 20 meters versus what is currently there at 30 meters. And it's not a desire that we want to be, closer to the water. As a matter of fact, when we built our little cottage, we're actually over 170 feet back from the shoreline. And that's why Victoria said you can't even see our cottage from the water. So we would like to, abide by the 30 meter, but There is a significant rock ridge that runs throughout our whole property. And it was discovered, well, it's always been there. I mean, it's a remnant of the glacial age, but it becomes very significant down by the waterfront. And I think this topographical map, which came from the Medellin subdivision, clearly shows the waterfront area and the significance of that. And I don't know if I can, use my little pointer here. Yeah. But whenever lines approach a very tight cluster like this, it indicates either a very significant rock ledge or elevation, or a declining elevation. And in this case, it's an inclined elevation. So it runs from further down, I think, on past 200 Wild Rice Trail up at this end. And when they actually put in their application for building, they recognized that this ridge was an impediment. They sought a application to get closer to building on top of the ridge. And I think they were granted a reprieve on that 30-meter setback. And as well, there was significant blasting that occurred on that rocky ridge. So our intent is not to do any blasting. We prefer not to do that, but we still have this to deal with. And I think these old topographical lines might have represented 5-foot increments, if I'm not mistaken. So when you take all 7 of them and combined, there's 7 or 8 of them in total. We think that our property probably has an elevation of somewhere in the 30 feet or more elevation, and it becomes very steep along part of it. So I think this presents both a positive and the other part is where can we properly build a building envelope. But from a septic standpoint, we will still comply with 30-meter setback. But the nice thing is that this rock ridge actually creates a natural granite or impenetrable ridge that would prevent any septic effluent from migrating down toward the lake. As a matter of fact, the whole drainage of that area is inland, and then further down as the property you can see the topographical lines. So the advantage definitely is we will maintain 30-meter setback. Effluent, not an issue from our perspective, but we would get someone to evaluate that. And the only reason for applying for 20-meter is to be consistent with the balance of the lake. And my research has indicated that 94% of the lake currently experiences or enjoys an SR6 designation. And that's all we're trying to accomplish with our application as well.
Then, Bill, I think you wanted to make some comments as well around the side yard setback request, specifically the impact on the existing development to the south.
Okay. So there were comments that came up about our side yard setback on the right-hand side of the image. You'll see they're blue lines that are in there. When my wife and I purchased our property, all of our documentation, legal documentation and sign off from the mayor, Kennedy at the time, and Win Ann Grant, I think it is, showed our property with a 5-meter setback on our legal documents. So that's what we purchased, is 5-meter setback, and we have adhered to that on the north end of our property where we built our cottage. So when you look at the way that the lots are set up, and you compare to the property to the south, 212 Wild Rice Trail, you'll notice that with 212 Wild Rice Trail, their cottage is actually facing to the south part of our bay. It is not facing over towards the direction where we're planning to be building. So any visual perspective from the neighbor's lot over here should not have any impact, and our building should not have any impact on them. I would like to point out also that they have observed the 5 meter setback very religiously here, and their buildings are very, very close to the combined property line on this end. So in order to mitigate the concerns, because we have this rock ridge, and having walked to this ridge consistently, I know that it becomes narrow at this point. It would not be suitable to actually put in a building site without possibly blasting. But over on this aspect of the property here, there is a flatter table that would actually allow for a building. And the fact that our sight line that you would have from the cottage will be looking up for sunsets and otherwise, we don't think that there is any concern here. And if we're located in this area and we're looking further up this way, we feel that that mitigates some of the concerns. And the same would apply on the adjacent lot over here. That again, there's a very nice building platform right over in here. But as I go further back, it slopes down, as you can, well, you can't see, but the topographical lines will tell you that. So that's all I'm trying to point out. I think the other issue that Victoria asked me to speak about, if I recall correctly, no, we'll get to that in a minute. All right, so thank you.
Thanks, Bill. And I think it's really important for me to also address some of the concerns, again, reasonable concerns that you know, any neighbor of this type of application might be thinking of is, you know, what could these applications potentially open the door to in the future, and what could that further impact likely be? So I just wanted to make a couple of points. So the zoning bylaw amendment application that we're speaking about this morning, in my opinion, can be drafted, and I think staff would be would help us achieve that. It would be drafted in a way to make sure that only a maximum of 2 parcels could be created. So we would take away that concern of the neighbors for any future lot creation. And again, to reiterate, Bill and Cindy intend to stay on the retained lot. They want to stay there for the long term. They intend to retire there full time when the time comes. So further lot creation is not intended, and the bylaw itself definitely can be set up in a way to make sure that doesn't happen. Also, when it comes to, and I know that there was lots of discussion around permitted uses in the previous application, the permitted uses under the SR6 zone, which is applicable to this property as well as all the surrounding properties, you know, consideration of maybe, you know, a camping establishment, a glamping establishment, cottage cluster, or in the official plan, you know, that's called a residential, essentially a residential compound type of use. Those are prohibitively those are prohibited in the SR6 zone. So the only permitted uses that are within this SR6 zone are essentially a single family dwelling and associated accessory buildings. So we just wanted to hopefully provide some comfort to any neighbors that might have been concerned around this application, allowing for additional use or additional intensification that simply would not be allowed without, again, having to come to council for additional approvals. But again, that's not the intent by the applicants. And just to reiterate as well, I know the notice that was circulated to members of the public also noted 2 other application numbers, which represented the consent applications. Again, those are separate applications. Those would be reviewed and considered at a reasonable time in front of the Committee of Adjustment. So those applications are not on the table for council consideration today, again, just for reiteration for the public. And those applications will specifically only speak to the 2 lots that we're speaking of today. As well, through the consent process, staff have the ability to add a number of conditions that they may see fit, or that council, pardon me, the committee might find to be reasonable in order to, again, further prevent any concerns or mitigation issues with neighboring properties, such as site plan control. And I do anticipate that an application such as this would find itself having to adhere to a condition requiring site plan control for all 3 lots. So an updated agreement for Bill and Cindy to have on their property, as well as new agreements for both proposed lots. So just wanted to add that additional context there. And then Bill, I think now we just wanted to highlight for, especially for the benefit of the neighboring property owners, the potential docking locations and the safety around that area.
and the channel or the passageway here. We've attempted to put an image of where the docks would be located here. And so we are fortunate that the property has recessed what I call alcoves, or little, areas that go back into the shoreline. And they are largely protected, certainly on the north end here, to what we refer to as our Christmas tree point, because there is a large pine tree on it. The rock prominence that comes out here is extremely protective. And further south down here, the property also has a large rock prominence that comes out. So as boats are coming into this water body, they actually will be steering clear of this. They have to steer clear of this. And so we elected to go with these two locations right here. And not surprisingly, the Medland subdivision actually identified the northern site as one of the preferred docking spaces. And again, the southern site down in here, actually all along the shore, but there is a rock prominence that comes out here as well. It provides, rock solid protection, I guess, to use a metaphor or a joke on that. But the other the point that needs to be brought into consideration here is that because of the shoreline, there are existing tree stumps from, eras ago. There are rocks in the water. It is shallower, and boats do not come within, I'm going to say, 10 meters of that shoreline. So our orientation of the dock will be parallel to the shoreline. It is not going to be sticking out, and I heard a 7-meter number. It won't be that far out. We're going to keep it parallel to the shoreline, just as really all the other cottages have done on Hungry Island and on our property as well. So we feel that they are in little alcoves that will keep them well out of any boats that are transiting through, and actually offer a, some security, for having your boat swimming and otherwise. And by the way, our neighbors directly across, they do swim. They have their little swim raft right here. And, their dock actually projects much further out because they have a ramp leading out to it. But we, we all experience virtually the same nature of this waterway. And, it's quite an enjoyable little spot.
Bill, did you want to make some comments just around your kind of the measurements of the water body width and where that came from?
So
you've taken a chunk of time, and I want the public to have a chance before their stomachs start growling.
Do you want me to be brief? Yes. Okay. All right. So in researching what we were trying to do, I did contact the planning department, and two of the individuals assisted us with a definition of the narrow water body of being 61 meters or less. So my wife and I conducted an assessment of our channel to try to come up with measurements. And so I purchased a commercial laser rangefinder or meter, and we actually took 15 different points along our waterway from where our dock is all the way down to the southern tip of the property. What we discovered is that all of the measurements were typically in the 80-meter or above area, and there was only one spot where there's a little rock outcrop on the Hungry Island side, which bring it down to just north of 70 meters. So it is still well beyond the 61-meter area. And to validate that, I used the GeoHub measuring tool, which I do not believe has accuracy, but it helped me to verify that the measurements that I was getting were consistent with what the GeoHub site provided. And in fact, it turned out to be within meters number-wise. So I'll leave it at that. We don't believe that we have a narrow water body to contend with, but we are cognizant that it is a, passageway that boats come through. But I would like to point out also that this is not a major thoroughfare on the lake. There are no marinas, there's no real sights to see. So any boats that are coming into our bay, they're either local neighbors or maybe people out kind of on a pleasure cruise on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon. I'm going to say that virtually all the people that come through our bay are at a slow speed, and we occasionally have race boats that have been identified and so forth, but we don't have any safety issues as it would be laid out, I think, in some of the comments that came through. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Your Worship. We look forward to hearing more of the public comments and, of course, council's feedback at this time. And I look forward to continuing to working with staff. So thanks for your time.
Well, thank you very much. And at this point, I'm going to ask if there's any members of the public who wish to speak. I'm also going to mention to anybody online who may wish to speak, you should raise your hand. Otherwise, we don't realize that. So any members of the public want to initiate conversation, or should we turn it over to council? All right. And I think you know the routine. Name, address.
I think I do. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm not sure what time it is exactly, but to the mayor, councillors, the staff, and members of the public, people online. My name is Jack Petrie. My wife and I, Marnie, live at 210 Wild Rice Trail. On the picture that was just shown, we are the immediate neighbors to the east of the Reynolds property. On their diagram, they had us as 212. It's 210 Wild Rice Trail. I'm also the president of the Wild Rice Trail Association, which governs the Wild Rice Trail Road, which is a private road. The proposed lot applications maintain that the lots will be road access. This is actually a false statement because Wild Rice Trail Association has an easement agreement and bylaws that clearly specify that any severances which do not meet the 200-foot frontage and 2-acre coverage will not be accepted or approved for membership and will be denied access to the road. Please note that the applicant, Mr. Reynolds, was president of the Wild Rice Trail Association when the bylaws for Wild Rice Trail Association were approved. Assuming that these lots are non-compliant, they will be water access. Given that the frontage is a narrow body of water, which according to measurements by Mr. Ken Otto, who is lives directly across on the island, he took measurements and finds that certain spots of the channel are as narrow as 35 meters, which is a lot different than what we were just told. Additionally, I'm not sure why the applications mention docks being 7 meters long if they're in fact only going to be right against the shore. So there's a bit of a discrepancy there, which should be, I guess, corrected. None of the new lots comply with existing requirements for frontage, lot size, or setbacks under any plan applicable in this area. The average size lot survey, which was shown, is arbitrarily fixed to include the Hungry Bay Road lots, which were developed in the 1950s and 60s. And those lots actually incited official planning to prevent similar situations. So it seems strange that they're using those to try and change the rules for smaller lots again. There should be a great deal of consideration given to the proposed severance, given the relatively undisturbed nature of the property and its current form and function. If not already, this area should be deemed significant woodland and significant wildlife habitat, as the area also includes a wet area that includes amphibians and reptiles. Furthermore, this property supports species at risks, including eastern Massasauga rattlesnakes, that would require an assessment as a direct habitat or supporting habitat. Additionally, severing this land will mean more users on the shoreline and increasing the amount of clearing as well as pressure on the shoreline and the aquatic habitat. An assessment of aquatic habitat to determine form and function, i.e. spawning, nursery, etc., as well as the shoreline to ensure increased usage of the shoreline and waterfront does not adversely impact aquatic resources, water quality, and riparian habitat. The promises of the applicant to maintain the forest in the bulk and of the retained lands cannot be trusted. Otherwise, why did the application clearly state is intended to also apply to the retained lands? There has been an increase in algal blooms in our lake related to phosphorus loading. If the plan is to create more lots, leading to more septic systems on the lake, a lake capacity assessment should be carried out to understand the current and future lake capacity. Allowing severances on the lake without a lake capacity assessment will set a precedent for other severances, which will further impact our waterway and ecological resources. Schedule B, page 19 of the Georgian Bay official plan clearly states with respect to lot size that one of the goals is to move away from denser development which occurred prior to the implementation of planning documents, and to move toward planned development, generally on larger lots. I'd also like to dispute something that was mentioned by Bill, actually. The channel in front of these properties is quite busy at times, especially on weekends. A lot of boat traffic goes through there. And additional docks, there are swimmers, there are kayakers, there are canoeists that go through that area all the time. So additional docks and narrowing of that channel, I think will create immense safety problems. And I think that's all I have to say.
I think that's enough. Now, nobody else needs to speak because you've said it all, perhaps? Or, no, seriously. Would anybody else like to speak to this matter? Please come forward and don't make me repeat the whole routine.
I'm not gonna.
Okay.
It's okay. This is my brother. We are not in the same property. I'm over at 620, sorry. Karen Petrie, 626 Hungry Bay Road. And just for the record, I never received a notification that we had this happening, so I did find out, but I'm not sure if it's stuck in the Canada Post mail or what happened, but I'm wondering how many on, our side of the lake didn't receive anything. Okay, so my biggest concern really is going in and out of where our cottages are located, because we only have two accesses out to the lake. This is one of them, and the other one is on the other side. The other one has no docks near it, and both are busy, especially on weekends. I have seen, as Jack said, so I won't repeat that. The only other thing I have also seen is children skiing through there. Whether they should be or not, I don't know. They're going slow. So I think, that's stuff to consider. Plus, so everybody on Hungry Bay Road up to the causeway, and everybody on the far side of Wild Rice has to go in or out to the lake, marinas, whatever, through one of those ways. So I do have a concern with potentially 4 docks, people swimming, additional people swimming. That piece of property is out more straight versus the island. Oh, and the island people have to go out that way too, on that side. Versus on the island side, the properties tend to dip in a little bit further. I think the pictures do a good job of making it look bigger, so I encourage you all to really take a look at what size they are. Hungary Bay Road has initially got some older homes there, the cottages that have been there for years, so yes, they're smaller lots, but if you go further down, they get bigger and bigger. So we've only seen the small pieces. I'm concerned about fires, the noise level, and 3 septics instead of 1 or potentially more. I'm not really understanding why we're not looking at the whole picture at the same time. We're only doing this in pieces. I think it's important to look at the full picture. So if this is approved or part of this is approved, what are the other 2 things that are coming up afterwards? Because I think we in fairness, everybody should know all of it. The rock density, I think that was something that was there before when it was purchased, so I don't know it's relevant right now. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm Dave LC, 166 Wild Rice Trail. Just want to point out, we went through a lot of trouble on our road association years ago, making sure when a property was subdivided, there was 400-foot properties. And that's what, as far as I know, the current regulations call for as a minimum. Might I suggest that maybe this property could be divided in half and you would have 2 400+ foot properties, and that probably wouldn't bother anybody. Make sense?
Thank you. I like people. Oh, did you, by the way, did you write down your name and vital statistics?
Yeah. Old.
Well, as long as those statistics include an address.
Yep.
Anybody else wish to speak to this matter? Please come forward.
Yep. Thank you. I'm Mike Brady, 185 Wild Rice Trail. I'm just across the road and down a little bit from what we're talking about today. I'd like to talk about setting precedents. If this goes through and people are allowed to create 195-foot lots, what's to stop a whole gang of the rest of us doing the same? I happen to be on a 400 and something foot lot. Why don't I split mine in half? Make 200-foot lots, as could either neighbor on both sides of me. We've all got 400-foot lots where I am, 3 of us in a row. What would be to stop the precedents from going through and the rest of us splitting our lots into tiny little lots? What I bought into on Wild Rice Trail was a nice community with large 2+ acre lots. It's a beautiful spot. I don't want to see it turn into a community with little wee lots and denser than it currently is. My view across from me, I look across at Hungry Bay Road. They're almost all 100-foot lots. It's not a particularly nice view. When I'm out in the boat and I look at my shoreline where they're 400-foot lots, it's beautiful. All the cottages are set back 100 feet plus. It looks very natural. It's what I like. I'm not so big on the view across the bay from me where it's all cookie cutter 100-foot lots, and they're at the 66-foot mark. I think they're some of their setbacks, some maybe even closer. So I like the look and feel of the wild rice the way it is now. I'm hoping we don't go down a path of turning it into little lots, such as my view currently is, because it's not the look and feel that I like. Thank you.
Point of clarification, just for my own sake, you're on the east side of Wild Rice Trail?
Looking, yes, correct.
Okay, so that you have less depth but greater.
Yeah,
I'm going to call it height because that's the way it's on. Okay.
Yeah, they're roughly 200 by 800 foot lots on the back side of me. The lots on my side are more like 400 by 400, give or take.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Going once. Oh, there's got somebody online. You got a little more time to think about it. If you wouldn't mind bringing over who's online. All right, I see the McMillans. If you could, please go ahead.
Hi there. This is Tracy and Jeff McMillan. We are the new owners of the property at 224 Island 360. We purchased the property in July of this year. So we're devastated to be sitting here in opposition of a proposal that's going forth for the development of the land. It's immediately across from our property. So we are on the northeast corner of Hungry Island. Some of our property would face the, what's it called, Hungry Bay Road, and probably half or more of our property faces into the Narrows and looks across at the land that is being proposed for development. So 4 months in where we, we're looking at fulfilling a lifelong dream of having a cottage in Muskoka District where we could benefit from the natural environment, looking across at trees and rocks and being able to enjoy the waterway. The purchase of this property was significantly informed by those dreams and wishes that we had, as well as our understanding of the planning restrictions that were in place for the area. So we purchased with confidence that the land across from us would not be developed and that we could continue to enjoy the peace, the serenity, the solitude, the views, the natural aesthetic from our back dock, which the image that was put up about the docks on that Narrows did not show that we also have a dock that's in that back area. So it should be noted that there is another dock in that Narrows that was not shown on that image that was put up either by Morgan Planning or by the Reynolds, I'm not sure. We're in opposition of this for a number of reasons, one of them being our enjoyment of the space, which I spoke to a little bit of there. The construction alone, listening to blasting, listening to construction, all of that is not something that adds to the dream that we had for how we were going to use that space. But even after once that's done, we lose that aesthetic, the privacy and the solitude that we have and the peace, as well as our recreational enjoyment of the space. We use that back dock to throw rocks out for the dog, to do yoga, to swim, to launch our kayaks, to launch our boats, to launch our paddle boards. And I do fear that both the privacy that we would lose by having neighbors adjacent or across from us, I guess, on that Narrows, would impact that, as well as safety when boats are launching, docking and launching in that space. So that does lead me to the second, I'm going to speak to the community's enjoyment of that space as well. I believe that Narrows is a very unique space that has beautiful Muskoka landscape, shoreline aesthetic with rocks and trees. And it is one of few on the lake that don't have, from my perspective, or maybe just in that area, that is not, I don't want to use the word littered, but it's not, man-made building structures are not prominent on that area. So for community members who are doing leisurely boat rides through the lake, to be able to go to that space and see that kind of natural appeal, I think is really important. The planning document speaks to that, and the need to protect that sort of shoreline and natural aesthetic, and to honor that as part of our waterfront appeal. Additionally, we do have a speedboat community. We have it's a very, very active lake with water skiers, jet skiers, the speedboats, whatnot, and they do use that channel on a regular basis. It's part of a regular loop of boats that we see go through there. And I believe that the development of that land is going to impact the recreational use of the lake for not just us as the adjacent property owners, but also for others. The safety that is impacted by that development. It's a blind corner coming up from the south and turning west or northwest through there, and additional docks launching and docking in there really would create some safety concerns. There's the narrow body of water and the docking and the docking, the pumps, anything that's in there is going to narrow that navigational path and create more risk of boaters coming in face to face and head on in that area. And again, the recreational use of that for swimmers, boaters, and kayakers. I also strongly believe that this threatens our investment. We made an investment in a property just 4 months ago, an investment in this property, knowing that we had that back lot and the back dock to look out onto that natural piece. And we know that that's what people are striving for when they're coming into the community. They're wanting that experience of being in Muskokas and not the denser population. Somebody already spoke to the density on Hungry Bay Road, and that development occurred before the planning documents were put in place. Those planning documents were put in place in part, as it says in those documents, with the intention of moving away from that denser development and moving into larger lots. So I strongly believe that our property values, because that access to the natural shoreline across from us would be taken away, the increased boat traffic and the safety would impact our investment in our property. And I believe that it would the lake as a whole. If we continue to develop into more density, the home values and the property values on the lake would be impacted. Of course, there's always the concern about the environment, the landscape, the shoreline, the aesthetic, the natural habitat. And in fact, the Morgan Planning and Development Group specifically talked about that there's natural landscapes, and I'm quoting them, extensive, mature, and native vegetation on that property. And I feel that that needs to be protected. Being able to move the property up, their suggested setbacks of reducing that from 30 meters to 20 meters in order to protect those things sounds honorable, but I don't believe it can happen. You don't just drop a cottage in from space and land it on a chunk of land. It requires the construction itself would impact that mature, again, quoting them, extensive, mature, and native vegetation that's on the land. I also would like to note that in conversations with our neighbors, the Odo family, who unfortunately are not able to be here today, we are aware of extensive safety concerns that already exist in that Narrows, with oncoming boat traffic, two-way directional navigation, with sorry, I'm looking at some notes that I made in conversation and whatnot, with the speedboat community and the speed coming through that there, natural hazards such as the rocks, stumps, even fallen trees in that area. additional water systems that would potentially be put in there with pumps and whatnot going into that further narrows that navigational path. And with a history of the Odo family witnessing dangerous encounters, near misses, accidents, unpleasant exchanges, I feel that this would really heighten or increase the chances of those significant safety concerns. It would also push boat or docks on both sides of that channel are also going to push the boat traffic closer to our docks and limit our use of those spaces. And even the intended use of the new purchasers. So people who develop those lands and put their docks on there will not be able to swim safely, launch their kayaks, their paddle boats, and whatnot. And with the Wild Rice Trail limitation, where this is potentially a boat access only access to the property, those docks are going to have to be more extensive because they require the docking as well as the recreational use of those docks. Just bear with me for 1 second while I scan through my mad notes that I wrote here. Yeah. The planner also spoke to that Hungry Bay area being the most dense area. And I really would like to request that the planning committee in evaluation of that really considers the density of the lake and whether we want to increase density. I, for one, do not. The appeal again of the lake is that natural aesthetic.
All right, thank you very much for your input. It's appreciated.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? All right, I'm turning it over to council. Councillor Cooper, Councillor Wojcik, we're going to start with the two of you, please. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I made most of these notes in advance, but also quite a while ago. And just would like to say that, my views are accused by some people that are pro-development that I'm extreme in my viewpoints. But I'd like to just share a few thoughts with you about this particular situation. For one, if I look at this survey, I see two lots that essentially, if you take the road out, because there's nothing else you could put on there but a road, you're probably ending up with 3/4 of an acre, not an acre, and at least I don't think you are anyway. But it'd be interesting to hear if the roadway area is included in the calculation of area. I would say it's almost as big as the area where the building envelope is. So I suggest that that may distort the picture. Even if it doesn't, it turns out that the lot area is 58% greater than the minimum. Sorry, 58% less than the minimum. The frontage is 50% less than the minimum. The front yard setback is 66% less than the minimum, proposed or allowed. The side yard, 50%. So those are all significant differences in my view. Maybe it's an extreme view, but it's a view that concerns me. I'm concerned about the narrowness of the bay and navigational risk. I think maybe one of the ways that this could have been considered is maybe the lot, if it was divided into thirds, you'd be much more compliant, but that's not happening here. And I think you'd have much more frontage, you'd have much more area, and it would be less density in a sense. But that's one way I could see it could work. And there's a sort of a common sense approach in my view to planning. If it can comply, it should comply. And thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Through you, I just have a couple of comments. I want to thank Ms. Lemieux for bringing forward such a comprehensive report. Certainly lots to dive into. When it comes to 6 Mile Lake, I can tell you one thing. I hate the whole planning concept on 6 Mile Lake. it divides communities. It puts people, pins them one against another. It's a real issue with me. But on the other hand, I'm having trouble getting my head around the fact that we have a current application or a current want for a change in the official plan to increase the square footage of I think it's from, I won't even give you the facts, but it's a significant increase in the square footage of the cottages on 6 Mile Lake. But at the same time, we're trying to restrict it based on how much pollution is going to be added to the lake and things like that. I'm not convinced either way. I came with this with an open mind, and certainly there'll be a lot more talk about this, but I'm going to work hard on getting my head around why we want to increase the square footage on 6 Mile Lake, yet we don't want any more development or neighbors. So let me take some time to get my head around this, and we'll figure it out eventually. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, just seeking clarification from the planners here. So the current 6 Mile Lake plan is 120 meter frontage, correct? 400 feet, 120 meters. That's what's currently in place.
Through the mayor, yes, that is correct. 120 meter lot frontage is required.
And they're requesting that each of these two lots be 60 meters or 30 meters?
Through the mayor, 60 meters.
Each. Then there's also if I've got this right, through correspondence and comments made, there's the Wild Rice Trail Association, which has its own requirements, some of them which are in line with the 6 Mile Lake zoning and some which are a little different. Is the Wild Rice Trail Association plan something that is filed and on file with our planning department? Do we acknowledge that?
Through the mayor, I have not seen such documentation, no.
And then it would be to a resident, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Mayor, indulging. I wouldn't mind some more insight on this Wild Rice Trail Association documentation with regards to.
All registered on title on each property.
And okay, then to take that one step further, the applicant was a party to that.
Just a minute. I just want to confirm for anybody watching online.
Yeah.
From the audience, they stated that the Wild Rice Trail road agreement is registered on titles.
And then further, the applicant was party to that and signed to that documentation, correct?
Correct.
The answer was correct. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton. Look, you want to respond before I go to Councillor Hazelton?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a brief comment to Councillor Jarvis. So that information regarding the association and its own restrictions is certainly very important. Register on title gives it validity insofar as it speaks to potentially access or rights of access. So it's not planning policy, it's not planning regulation, but from staff standpoint, it would speak to whether this would be a road access lot or a water access lot. And I think we heard that earlier from some of the commentary. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Oh, I'm alive. Thank you. So I'm very intrigued with the references to the OP that have been brought forward. And I guess the first one was 5911, where it specifically states accommodating a limited amount of new development. That's a specific 6 Mile Lake policy. I'm just Whitlib, is that policy still in effect?
Sorry, so amendment, official plan, through the mayor, official plan amendment 22 represents the policies that are in effect. That was approved last year.
Okay, but that didn't take out 5.9, F 5.9 in entirety. It just made a minor change to building size, right? In other words, it didn't nuke the neighborhood plan of 6 Mile Lake.
Sorry, no, the neighborhood plan is intact. What it did change is some of the considerations or criteria under which development is considered.
Right, for mainly, as we heard, for size.
Yeah, so going to oversimplify a little bit, but what Amendment 22 did, it allowed, especially when considering development for matters such as gross floor area, etc., size of cottages, it allowed for consideration of site characteristics, lot size, vegetation coverage, other mitigating factors that might mitigate the impact in order to ensure that the view from the canoe is preserved and the character is preserved, and potentially accommodate larger development. But again, if the site characteristics were such that the size changes were mitigated in a very meaningful way. So the policies are relevant to this application, but that was really what the Amendment 22 attempted to address.
Okay, thank you. Anyways, I just wanted to highlight that, 5911 is, to me, a very powerful statement trying to maintain and protect the 6 Mile Lake Community Plan, limiting the amount of new development. And then we also heard that, just bounce back to it here, page 18 on section B 232 of the OP, it specifically says for the whole township, I think, to limit development in the township. 232, where 232, there we go. Yeah, to identifying that denser development occurred prior to the implementation of land use planning, and that we are to be focused on generally larger lots. So I think that for me, those are two very important factors. The wild rice trail membership requirements to me is potentially a showstopper. I would like to highlight, just from, it's often useful, and we were hearing about history earlier, in the community of Honey Harbor, there was an applicant who had 750 feet of shoreline. The neighborhood policy for Honey Harbor says you have to have 400 feet. The community, as in this case, the community, stood up and said, no, you can't sever that 750-foot property into 2 lots because you don't get 2 400-foot properties. And so that was a very interesting policy. We talk about precedent. We keep hearing that precedent doesn't matter, but maybe it does, because in this case, that was a very clear precedent where the community stood up for their community standards. And the council at the time, I had nothing to do with it, but the council at the time saw the importance of those community standards and chose to not approve that severance. So, and by the way, the characteristics of that property were actually very similar to this property in it was on the edge of emerging areas of land on both sides. Anyways, a lot of similar characteristics, and I think that precedents are important, and I think that's a good precedent to reflect back on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. The last 2 speakers have asked many of the questions that I was going to raise about the private road agreement for wildlife trail and how that will affect this application going forward. And I am curious right now, the report states that this is a private road lot, but if you review this agreement that's on title and it's not in compliance with the road association rules that have been put on the titles, is this something that would change how you describe the property in a further report?
Through the mayor, the property would then become water access. I have not reviewed 6 Mile Lake water access only type policies at this time, but my understanding is that we're here to get comments from everyone before they go back to the drawing board potentially, and then staff will then review, I believe, a revised proposal and prepare a recommendation based on an analysis of all applicable policies.
Okay. Okay, well then that will cover
any other questions I have being redundant this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. Through your worship, I've received many phone calls with regards to this matter, and I've spoken to the applicant numerous times. While I am going to withhold my comments until this matter returns back for consent, what I am going to say is we've heard today some very valid concerns with regards to the community, as well as within our own council. It sounds to me as though the community collectively, specifically the immediate neighbors, have adopted what Councillor Cooper has stated, which is if it can comply, it should. And it seems like that's the policy that the immediate neighbors are holding on to. It looks as though the lands and the property can comply. And ultimately, I think that the majority of those that oppose this are seeking and hoping that it will comply, at least within as close to possible. The relief, as we've heard today, requested by Councillor Cooper's numbers are quite large, and I think that that's what's driving the concern. With that said, I do want to make mention that Hungary Bay and the cottages and the density along Hungary Bay is not necessarily something that I feel should be referenced in this application, as personally I feel that it's not necessarily going to benefit. And the reason being is because as the water quality tester on 6 Mile Lake for the last 3 years, or 2 years rather, I have collected samples in Hungary Bay because of the density there. And we have monitored the water quality within that bay year over year to confirm that there's been no impact to the water quality because of the density there. I suspect that the neighbors on the other side, specifically on the side that, or the shoreline that the applicant is seeking to develop, are also concerned that density and further density could create water quality problems as well. And so the density on the backside of this particular peninsula is not something that I feel would be beneficial in siting from a lot size perspective. So with that said, I do look forward to seeing this come back, and I do hope that that the community collectively can find a middle ground that's acceptable to everybody, that then would essentially shift the opposition towards support. And when it comes back to council, we can all move forward with this matter, knowing that the community supports it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions for our planner. One is, when I look at this, and this is where I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, but if they were applying to create one new lot where they now have 2, would it not be on side with most items that are of concern? But I do have one where it clearly wouldn't be, and which really surprises me and confuses me, and that is side yard on the south side. There, right now has 70 meters. Such a figure is basically unheard of in most cases, and so I'm wondering if there's any history behind why the side yard setback on the south side is 70 meters, and if that could be part of your report that comes to us when this comes in front of us, because that I'm surprised by that number.
Through the mayor, I can definitely look into the background of the previous rezoning of the lands, which resulted in that 70-meter setback. I believe the agent may have done so already. But to address your first question, I do believe you're right in saying that essentially, if these 2 lots were one, they would achieve compliance with frontage and area requirements for the 6-mile zone.
So in other words, if they wanted to split their current property into 2, in effect, they wouldn't necessarily be in front of us other than that side yard, whatever the history is.
Through the mayor, they would need to still go through a rezoning, as that site-specific zone on the lands currently only allows for the existing lot area and the existing lot frontage.
All right, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, I apologize. I was just looking at you had the general rules in here as opposed to the site specific. But no, I'd be very interested, because I don't think I saw it in your report, the history behind the 70 yard meter. They're in the same ballpark, but the 70 meter side yard, and I would like an explanation for that when this comes forward. And I don't think I have too much more to add, simply because a lot of my questions, concerns have been already been raised. Though I will say I'm less concerned about the Wild Rice Trail agreement, because I consider that more of a private matter as opposed to a planning matter, in that I'm sure if something were to be changed on this lot, that there would be negotiation, and whether or not they can't come to some agreement or not would be their business. I would imagine more than our business. But those are my remarks for now, and I think I'm going to thank everyone for all the information, and Ms. Wanfor for the initial report and your continuing work on this file. And I believe I get to say that ends the public meeting portion of our. Well, we have a motion. Sorry, yeah, somebody's paying attention over there. Where is? Oh, here. Sorry, I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council directs staff to prepare a recommendation report in bylaw for council's consideration at a subsequent meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Yeah, I'm working on it. And now, this concludes the Planning Act public meeting portion of the agenda. All comments, questions, and concerns raised at the public meeting have been recorded and will be taken into consideration by staff prior to a recommendation being brought forward. I now declare this public meeting to be closed at 12:41. All right, and I'm now also going to declare a lunch break.
There's one more matter, isn't there?
Yeah, but that's farther down under staff reports. I'm going to declare a lunch break, and council, we have a committee of the whole at 1 o'clock. I'm going to suggest we postpone that and complete the planning council meeting this afternoon. And whenever it's complete, we'll decide about the committee of the whole. So let's take a break and let's reconvene at 1:15. Yeah. Everybody. All right, I'm going to like to reconvene this meeting. And for anyone who's following along, thank you for your patience, and those in the audience here in the room. Based on those who are in the audience, we are going to go now to staff reports 9A for a blasting permit. And then we're going to go to our planning staff application, in which we're going to go C, A, B. So, staff report, blasting permit application 2404 for 849 Harrison Trail. To our clerk to update us on any correspondence. And then we will go to our planning department.
Certainly. Correspondence relating to blasting permit application file 24-04 was received as follows. One letter of no concern was received from Brad Socash, Director of Operations. One letter of no comment was received from Kelly Nicholson, Chief Building Official. And 2 letters of support were received from Pam and Rob Schreiber and Linda Latham.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, we are going to go to Ms. Wanford for your report, please.
Thank you. Through the mayor. The subject lands are located in the north end of the township on 12 Mile Bay. The Committee of Adjustment approved minor variance application A24-06 to facilitate the construction of a new detached dwelling on the lands. On August 27, 2024, the Planning Department issued a zoning certificate for the dwelling. Building permit 24-300 was applied for shortly after and approved. Blasting in the township of Georgian Bay is regulated by Blasting Bylaw 2016-64. The applicant submitted a blasting permit application to the township on November 7, 2024, and a public notice sign was posted on the subject lands on November 8th. Notices were also mailed to surrounding landowners. Note that the notice sign will have been posted for 24 consecutive days between April 1st and December 1st, whereas the bylaw requires 30 consecutive days within that time frame. The portion of the rock to be blasted spans 18 meters in length and ranges from 1.5 meters to 4.6 meters in width. The applicant has informed staff that approximately 153 cubic meters of material in an area comprising of 83.61 square meters is to be blasted. The blasting will allow for the foundation and first floor of the dwelling to be set into the steep slope and accommodates the development approved by the Committee of Adjustment. In accordance with the committee's decision, the owner prepared an erosion and sediment control plan, which is to be maintained throughout the duration of any construction and includes the installation of double silt fencing along the shoreline and side lot lines. There is no vegetation present within the area to be blasted. As supported by site photos, mature trees line the property boundaries as well as the front and west side yards. The blasting is not anticipated to have any negative impact on these trees or on the view from 12 Mile Bay. Staff anticipate granite rock and mature trees to remain prominent features on the property shoreline. There are no significant natural heritage features, such as provincially significant wetlands or type 1 fish habitat, on or abutting the subject lands. The blasting bylaw contains criteria for council to consider when reviewing a blasting permit application, and an analysis of this criteria is included in the associated staff report. Based on this analysis, staff are recommending approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, we have in front of us an application to approve blasting on this particular property, and I'm going to go to Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I've talked to the applicant about this, and this is going to sound sort of be arguing against myself more than anything else. I find that any blasting has a negative impact. I'll make that statement right off the bat. I'm not a fan of blasting. However, and we've been through this before, when land being cleared for development for which we've given approval, all of a sudden brings up something that the planners, residents, contractors had not anticipated. In this case, we've got a situation where the actual new build is set back further and from the water than the building that was there before, which I think was admirable and a good trade-off. So I'm prepared to approve this on that basis. But as I said, I don't think we should ever consider that blasting is not negative. It takes something away from the land you can't return. However, as I said, because of what's being done here, the overall program here works for me, so I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. To our planner, you cite that the blasting is regulated by blasting bylaw 2016-64.
My apologies. Yes, through the mayor.
So I must be reading something wrong here, because I look at item 21C2 and it says the total amount of blast material should not exceed 5 cubic meters in any lot. Could you help me understand if that's still a valid criteria of the blasting bylaw?
Through the mayor, I'll have to pull up a copy of the blasting bylaw.
Okay, so I guess my concern is whether or not I have opinions on this being appropriate or not. It seems like if the blasting bylaw says shall not exceed 5 cubic meters on any lot, which it does, unless I have the wrong version, and they are talking about taking out 153 cubic meters, I'm wondering how we could even consider this.
Through the mayor, I'm still looking into the blasting bylaw. Just one moment,
5
please.
cubic meters, it seems surprisingly small.
Well, I thought that as well, but all I'm trying to do is we have policies, and if the policy needs to change, then let's figure out how to change the policy. But if the policy is there and it's there for a reason, then what are we doing even contemplating 153 cubic meters? I just like clarity on that.
Director Whitlam, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While Shania is looking that up, my recollection, and Councillor Hazelton is correct with respect to that restriction, but I think what Councillor Hazelton is referring to is the restriction, the more restrictive provision that applies to specified community plans within the blasting bylaw.
This one apparently is an all township plan. It doesn't talk, as I can find it, it doesn't say anything about community plans or anything. And by the way,
so that 5 cubic meter restriction is in the shoreline, and that's a defined term in the blasting bylaw, and that's the first 20 meters. It does not regulate beyond the shoreline.
Well, I would beg to, I suggest you reread it, because to me it says the area lying more than 20 meters inland, no blasting is permitted except with the permission of the municipality, one permit, and the permit shall be subject to the following: a total amount of blast material of 5 cubic meters. So
through the mayor,
what?
Point of clarification here. That policy that is being referred to in the bylaw 2.1C 2 in the list is under additional provisions for community of Cognizine and Go Home Bay coastal waterfront communities. Therefore, it does not apply to the subject lands.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and perhaps we need to have a revision of this bylaw, but that paragraph is part of 2, and then 2.1 starts, and it says, in addition to, without limiting any, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, if it doesn't apply, that's fine. I need to understand that, but if I just find that the way it's worded, that section additional provisions probably should be outdented to the 2 thing, because it's not clear where it fits. Anyways, so if it doesn't apply, that's important for me to understand. Thank you. I'll pause for that moment.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, to our planner. Just also on the bylaw, I'm just want to confirm this is 10 meters back from the shoreline as opposed to 20 meters, and we're still fine for the volume being removed.
Through the mayor, I did conduct a detailed review of the blasting bylaw when preparing my report, and to answer Councillor Predko's question, yes, there's no issue with the distance to the shoreline.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Councillor Cooper, please.
I think my question's been answered from some of the previous comments, but I will say that I am certainly not very much in support of blasting to situate a building. I think you work with the land. That's been a Georgian Bay tradition for years. But I would go on to say I'm still not hearing how this meets the township-wide blasting bylaw. You say it does, but I want to know specifically why it does.
Through the mayor, the associated report has a detailed analysis of the criteria outlined in the blasting bylaw. I'd like to refrain from having to read the entirety of the analysis if possible.
All right. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I'm not sure I understand this completely because I've been a part of blasting teams in this township for the last 40 years. I have blasted out things 10 times this size in this township. Oak Bay, for example, 150,000 square meters. Many cottages out on the bay, we blasted out, especially in the inland 6 Mile Lake areas. So if this practice has been happening as long as I've been in the township of Georgian Bay, I don't see how this is any different. And that's my comments. I look at it from the reality point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I seeing old hands now up or no? Okay. I don't know if I have any further comments. I'm going to read the motion. I moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Is he returned? Okay, I'm going to say Jarvis then. Be it resolved that Council consider the provisions of blasting bylaw 2016-064 and any public comments received before and during the meeting of Planning Council held on December 10, 2024, and that blasting permit application 24-04 Edelson for lands located at 849 Harrison Trail be approved, and that the applicant and municipal law enforcement staff be advised of Council's decision under the Director of Planning's signature. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4. That is a carry. Thank you. Probably we had 5. Sorry. Now we're going into planning application staff reports, and we're going to start with zoning bylaw amendment Z24 for 4 Clerks Road. And Ms. Wanford, was that you as well? Nope. Ms. McCabe. Now I scroll up. Sure enough, I see your name at the top of the list. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. The application before you today is application Z2416. The subject property known as 4 Clerks Road is comprised of approximately 5.46 hectares and a lot frontage of approximately 115.9 meters with vehicle access from Clerks Road. The property has an irregular shape with more than half of the lot extending around the rear of the abutting lots to the east. A private road that provides access to a few waterfront lots on nearby Toronto Lake traverses the easterly portion of the subject property. A public meeting was held on November 5th, 2024 for the purpose of conveying information and gathering comments. No members of the public were present to comment on or oppose the proposal. Council was advised that the applicant had submitted the required site plan approval application, and upon adoption of the zoning bylaw amendment, the owner will be required to enter into a site plan agreement with the municipality for the commercial business. The area of the property subject to the zoning bylaw amendment request is comprised of 1.19 hectares and will be recognized as a small-scale commercial use in the site-specific rural zone. Since the public meeting, staff have met with the agent and felt it was good planning to square off the area to be rezoned rather than having it in a regular shape. Although this provides for somewhat larger area to be rezoned, it is much easier to identify the boundaries of the RU exception area. The intent of the zoning bylaw amendment application is to rezone a portion of the lands to a rural exception zone to permit the small-scale commercial business with a new definition added to describe the business. Staff are recommending a holding be put on the new site-specific zone to ensure the owner complies with the requirements for further planning applications. The proposed restrictions will further define the use and establish parameters to ensure the use will remain small scale and thereby compatible with residential uses on adjacent properties. It was confirmed that the owners will be required to apply for site plan approval and that a site plan agreement will be required to be registered on title to ensure that the proposed development is completed according to the site plan submitted. Planning staff have completed a detailed analysis of the application and are recommending that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment application subject to the requirement of a site plan agreement. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I have a motion in front of me, and I will now go to council and ask if anyone has any comments or questions. Councillor Bocek, let's start with you.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. As in the previous meeting that was used for information gathering, I supported this 100% because these small businesses give service to our seasonal and our permanent residents, and we don't want to see these type of landscaping businesses on the lake shore or on the water. This is a good use of this commercial land. And like I said before, I support this 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I have no issue. I just have a question for the planning department. I'm just curious. In the report itself, it shows, is that a road allowance that goes through his property on the residential portion, or does Clerks Road just border his property? I'm wondering what down the road, excuse the pun, whether that's going to be an issue for any further development.
Through you, Your Worship, I'm going to ask Mr. Lashbrook to comment on that. It's just a private portion, is it not?
Yes. So there's several allowances.
Yeah.
No, I realize it is still on your property though, is it not?
There's an allowance through.
It is through the property,
yes.
And it does exist. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Okay. I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Turn my mic on. Now I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council approves zoning bylaw amendment application Z24-16 and the council enacts bylaw 2024-108, being a zoning bylaw amendment Z24-16, to further amend zoning bylaw 2014-75 by rezoning a portion of the property legally described as Lot 3, Concession 4, being Part 1 of Plan 35R-5761 and Parts 5 and 9 of Plan 35R-2879, subject to a right-of-way over Part 5, Plan 35R-2879, in the Township of Georgian Bay, District of Muskoka, from the residential Type 1 zone to a site-specific rural exception 15 holding zone, RU-15H. And that the owners obtain site plan approval and enter into a site plan agreement with the Township of Georgian Bay to be registered on title for the development of the lands. All those in favor? And that is Carried. Mr. Lashbrook, thank you very much for your patience. I hope we had at least some entertainment while you watched all the proceedings before yours. Well, you've now got the resolution you need. So, oh yeah, I see he's in one of the attendees. So no, his job is done. Okay. That's between you and him. Thank you. All right. Now, we're going to go to planning application. Have we lost our plan?
I will speak to the matter, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, you didn't have your microphone on. I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I was just trying to seek out our planner, but Director Whitlib is going to be speaking to zoning bylaw amendment Z24-13 for 182 Wild Rice Trail. Director Whitlib.
Okay, thank you. Through the mayor to Planning Council, and I apologize, as I mentioned, Mr. Donaldson had scheduled another commitment, anticipating we'd be further ahead in the agenda by now, but I'm happy to present on his behalf. So this is application for zoning bylaw amendment Z2413. The address is 182 Wild Rice Trail. And Council will recall this was the subject of a public meeting back on November 5th. And this is just a short report intending to provide Council with an update regarding the zoning bylaw amendment application for rezoning of the lands. There will be a future planning report that's expected to follow, containing a more detailed and in-depth analysis presented at a subsequent meeting of Planning Council. So the subject lands are shown in the image on the left. They're outlined in red. And just to refresh Council's memory, the property is situated on 6 Mile Lake. It's got frontage on 6 Mile Lake, and access is via Wild Rice Trail, which, as we heard earlier today, is a private road. The lands have an area of approximately 2.7 acres, a frontage of 61 meters. Currently, there are 2 sheds and 2 docks on the property that are to be removed, while the remainder of the property is somewhat densely vegetated and in a relatively natural state. Council may recall that the purpose and effect of the application was to rezone the lands from 6 Mile Lake Residential Exception 1 to a 6 Mile Lake Residential Exception Zone, and that was to permit a lot coverage of 12.2% within 60 meters of the high water mark, to permit a dwelling with a gross floor area of 521 square meters and a width of 28.5 square meters, and a boathouse and a dock having a projection of 15 meters. And those provisions are summarized in the table that's on the left side of the screen, which shows both what's required currently by the zoning bylaw and what the applicant was proposing. As council will know, that since the public meeting took place back on November 5th, the township has received a number of comments in the form of correspondence, and most of it spoke to the overall scale or concerns regarding the overall scale of the proposal in relation to the character of 6 Mile Lake. And given the nature of the correspondence received, township planning staff, specifically Mr. Donaldson, have been in touch with the applicant. And as a result of those conversations and the comments received, the applicants have requested a deferral for the purpose of affording them the opportunity to address outstanding comments and concerns. So the applicant is intending to revise their original development proposal while still maintaining the recommendations that came out of the fish habitat assessment that was completed for the application by Riverstone Environmental Consulting and reviewed by the township's peer review consultant. So what we can anticipate is that this application may be revised to address the comments received in relation to the scale of the development, and likely would result in a reconsideration or further consideration of the application at the next meeting, which is February 5th, 2025, at which point the agent is expected to present the revised application. I should note that in the intervening period when the revisions come in, if there's anything substantive or that adds new requirements or new asks, then a further public meeting would be required. At this point, we do not anticipate that. Any changes that reduce the degree of departure from the zoning bylaw would not necessarily require a further public meeting if they change things in that direction. So at this point, the recommendation from planning staff is simply that planning council approve a resolution that the township receives the staff report and defers the zoning bylaw amendment application as requested by the applicant. And those are planning staff's comments. Happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jarvis.
In light of the presentation earlier this morning, I presume that the Wild Rice Trail Association agreements that are on title are considered when this whole thing came forward in the first place. Is that right?
Through the mayor to Councillor Jarvis, not knowing the particulars, I can't say with certainty, but I would assume that's the case, that the entire road is subject to the same requirements. Now, what we heard earlier talk from the representative of the association, that those agreements talked about restrictions on lot size and frontage that may not necessarily be applicable here, but there may be more.
Just long, if there's anything that's pertinent, okay.
Yeah, and I'm sure if there is, that either has come through or will come through in comments from the community.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad to hear that there's going to be some more discussion with the applicant. I find 50, whatever it was, 53% increase over what is in the plan is very worrisome. I'm hoping that it comes into a line, so to speak, or certainly much closer into line. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands raised. Moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council for the Township of Georgian Bay receives Development Services Report 2024-239 and defers zoning bylaw amendment application Z24-13 as requested by the applicant. All those in favor? Okay, I'm going to presume, well, I see enough votes at this point. Ms. McCabe, you're anticipating a sort of. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to call you it's shortly. Oh, yeah, all in favor? Yeah, I got enough. I saw enough hands.
What is currently on our screen? There we go.
Entertainment. It was a puzzle. You were supposed to solve it. Okay, so our next on our agenda is item 8B, zoning bylaw amendment file Z24-12 for 2 Island 2170. And Ms. McCabe, over to you.
Mr. Mayor, while we're waiting, sorry. I too have another commitment at 2 p.m. So if I duck out with your permission and council's permission, I'd like to be able to make that meeting as well.
As long as you delegate all your knowledge, awareness, and authority to your remaining planning department here until. Okay.
It'll only take one of them, but I'll delegate to 2.
Thank you.
I apologize for that, Mr. Mayor. The next item on the agenda is in regards to application Z2412, which is for 2 Island 2170. The subject property, previously known as 2 Island 2170, is located within the Cognishine Coastal Waterfront community within Freddie Channel in Georgian Bay. The island property has a lot area of approximately 9,014 square meters or 2.23 acres. The property is currently developed with a 2-bedroom seasonal dwelling in the southeast portion of the island. The natural shoreline is characterized by a mix of open rock outcrops and areas of vegetation. The statutory public meeting under the Planning Act was held on November the 5th, and any issues raised have been addressed with the applicant and will be reflected in the updated site plan agreement. No members of the public were present to comment on or oppose the proposal, and no concerns from council were voiced. However, council wanted to ensure that the site plan agreement currently registered on title is amended to reflect the proposed development. The zoning bylaw amendment proposes an addition to the existing dwelling and an expansion of the existing deck. The existing dwelling does not meet the required front yard setback to the water. Therefore, it is considered legal non-complying as per the township zoning bylaw. The proposed dwelling addition and deck extension are located to the rear or the west of the existing dwelling and are not proposed to encroach further into the existing minimum front yard. The zoning bylaw amendment proposes an addition to the existing dwelling and, as stated, an expansion to the existing deck. The existing dwelling does not meet the required front yard setback to the water. Therefore, as stated, it is considered legal non-complying as per the township zoning bylaw. The proposed dwelling addition and deck extension are located to the rear west of the existing dwelling and are not proposed to encroach further into the existing minimum front yard. It was confirmed that the owners will be required to apply for site plan approval, and that an amended/new site plan agreement will be required to be registered on title to ensure that the proposed development is completed according to the site plan submitted. The proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to replace the existing site-specific SRI 7-63 zoning provisions, which is being deleted, and to allow for a 65 square meter addition to the existing dwelling and a 16.4 square meter extension of the existing deck. The intent is to also recognize existing non-complying setbacks. Planning staff have completed a detailed analysis of the application and are recommending that council approve the zoning bylaw amendment application subject to the requirement of a site plan agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any comments or questions? Councillor Cooper.
Just want to make sure. Ooh. There we go. Try a different button here. There we go. Can you hear me now? Yes. Lucky you. Here we go. I just wanted to understand exactly what we're looking at here. So we're looking at a property that's just an island that's just under 2.5 acres. So for new lot development, you require at least 2.5 acres, and that's okay. It's an existing island. It's legal non-complying, I think I heard you say. And I believe that's because it's due to the fact that there was a previous structure, not the one that's here, actually. The house, basically, it was a house boat, not a boathouse. No, it was a houseboat. Stop it. And this guy gets mixed up all the time. So anyway, I just wanted to clarify that we're saying it's allowed to be here because of the previous structure, the one that burned down. Okay, so far so good. And you talk about a site plan agreement. Here's where I would like to see a little more direction for us and for the township to be sure that we don't allow in the future another main dwelling. And you say there's a site plan agreement, but how are we going to make sure that we don't allow another dwelling on one property? Because it's not big enough for 2 dwellings. You could have, as I understand it, they could, with the sizes there, they'd qualify for at least 1 cabin because it's under 2.5 acres, probably not 2, but those are the current rules, I believe. Can you comment on how we're going to sort of make sure that another dwelling isn't built here?
Through your worship, to Councillor Cooper, under the existing zoning, take away the exception that's on there now. Under the SRI 7, you're only permitted 1 dwelling on the property under that zone category. We are adding another exception to it to allow for what they're proposing. It doesn't take away the fact that they could possibly in the future do a sleeping cabin, but only 1 would be permitted under the current zoning. So there is an existing site plan agreement from the previous development proposal that they had, which never progressed. And so we're either going to amend that agreement or have a brand new agreement. And in that agreement, I can almost guarantee we would be stipulating what can be built on that property under the zone provisions.
So one dwelling, in other words,
Correct.
somewhere in there, there'll be verbiage.
Correct.
So I'm a happy boy. Thank you.
Well done.
That's hard to do.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, just further to Councillor Cooper's concerns and how you address them. Having it in the site plan agreement, how does that assure us that a future purchase of the island doesn't come back requesting further building? Is there something, can we put this on title or not? Or is it automatic?
Through your worship, it will be registered on title.
Thank you. Okay, then that allays my fears as well.
Though anybody can apply for anything in the future. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not seeing any other hands. If you wouldn't mind removing the proposal from the screen. In the meantime, I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the council approves the zoning bylaw amendments application Z24-12, and the council enacts bylaw 2024-107, being a zoning bylaw amendment Z24-12, to further amend zoning bylaw 2014-75 by rezoning the property legally described as Island 94 in the township of Georgian Bay, known municipally as 2 Island 2170, from site-specific zone SR 7-63 to site-specific zone SRI-64, and that the owners obtain site plan approval and an amendment to the existing site plan agreement registered on title for the development of the lands. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, I see 7 hands. That is carried. Now, I think we're done, aren't we? Okay. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that the Planning Council adopt bylaw 2024-109 to confirm the proceedings of the December 10, 2024 Planning Council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. And moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved the Planning Council does now adjourn at 2:02 p.m. until February 4th, 2025 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. And before you all disappear, we have a committee of the whole meeting that obviously did not take place at 1 o'clock. Do you have an appetite to start the committee of the whole meeting at, let's say, 2:15? Okay. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna make it 2:15. We're gonna start the committee of the whole, and I believe that means a whole separate link. All right. Thank you very much.